tell me there's nothing going.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. It is Monday, the February the 2nd. February the 2nd? February, no, I was looking at the two. It's February 2 and the 14th, Valentines, and 2022. So it's 6:19 p.m. on the East Coast. So I thought I would share a 20 with everybody and just wish everyone, it's almost 7:20. Yeah, that's why I'm here. You can share one with me and anybody else that might be here. I meant to get on here a few minutes earlier, and I was taking care of Duggar, and then I had to have a pot tea break, having nothing to do with pot. Well, light it up, brother, sisters, my dear friends. I welcome you all. With a cough, cough, pass, pass. But with prayers and blessings from the great Creator, and I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you are doing the best you can, and that you're learning how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Hey, it'd be Susie Q. How are you all? Happy Valentine's Day. Um, it's been a busy day for me. Hey, Roman, how are you? And I just want to get on here, but I don't have a time span limit thingy, but you know me. There goes Duggar, hollering at the cats in the neighborhood. So, but um, yesterday was my sister Lynn's birthday. I won't give away her age, but she's over 65. But she's semi-retired, and folks know that. But I won't give her age. But I had a good conversation with her yesterday morning before she went to church, and I love my sister, and it's good to always talk with her. And I realized here recently that I have expected other people to call and check on me when I should be calling and checking on them too. So I was right on. I missed sending my sister a birthday card, but me calling her on her birthday morning, especially for me to call in the morning and to have a good conversation with her, that was special for me too. That I got her birthday instead of missing it and calling a couple of days later, whatever. So after 69 and a half years myself, um, I'm starting to get some things right. Once in a while, I get it right. Now, this is also, as it's 22 minutes past, this is the second hit, two, two. A year ago, my good friend Marsa passed away, and today would be her, I don't know, I think 68th birthday, or maybe she would be 69 today. But anyway, she's been gone a year. She died a day or two before her birthday last year, and I didn't find out about it till like 6 weeks later. But so here's a bowl in honor of my dear friend Marsa, who's an anniversary of her passing, but also of her birthday, and the fact that she was loved, and wherever she's at, I still love her. And we'll meet in the great up yonder. So, but Valentine's Day and her birthday, both the same day, she felt like she got cheated, like those people who got you were born on Christmas, right? But anyway, so here's one for her too, and y'all too. Now, if you were around the last video I did, uh, the second hour um, has been very special to me, and how you all shared how you felt about me. And I mean, I know y'all love me and all, but I just for some reason, I got a little bit, I understood a little better. Um, I realized that in being brutally honest with myself and stuff, that, I do what I do because I love you and have chats and we have conversations and we share, but, and I send prayers to y'all all the time. Somebody's name will come across and I'll send out a little blurb or whatever, but I honestly had not expected, honestly, I swear that, um, there would be so many prayers sent to me. I should have guessed, or Michelle will send me stuff, and Isby, and we, and Barry, and we share stuff, right? And so, and I know it, but it hadn't really dawned on me how many of you were honestly sending me, not that I just wasn't aware of it on a personal basis. Hey, Mel, how are you? And I hit another level of realization, because in my talks before, in my prayers to my guardian angels and to my spirit guide or guides, um, that I wish to be humble at all times. So I can't be thinking about what somebody's given me, or is somebody sending me something. I kind of ignore it. I just don't look there. It's all about sending out. And the other day, actually this last week or so, I have seen that there are other folks that are like, no, 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 no. And and it has struck me very nice, and I'm very fortunate to have you all as my friends, and that you come and hang out for a little bit, or that you tune in and just say hi. But whoever you are and wherever you are, there's always prayers being exchanged. And when, I got my little visit from the ladies, to start doing videos and being on YouTube and talking about spiritual things and trying to bring people together, um, that it would ever turn out to be like this, with y'all being my friends and y'all being friends with each other. And it's just amazing. I mean, it's just amazing. And for me, it proves to me. And so here on Valentine's Day, to send my heart out again to all of you lovely people, and to your families too, who I may have probably probably have not met. But in that y'all are special, and you continue to make each other feel special. Hey, Witch Moon, how are you? Good to see you live this time, eh? Earlier than normal, but I just wanted to get on here before it got too late and just wish everybody happy Valentine's Day, and not so much in the corny way. But if everybody's going to say, well, this is the day of love. Hey, Richard, how are you? Golly, there's all kinds of folks here today. I hope y'all honestly are doing as well as possible. But so, I know there are people who have started YouTube channels. That way, look at this. All these good people showing up. Hey, look, you're a little late at 6:28, but we don't need an excuse. But so share a bowl if you can, if you want, if you do. This whole little bit is is a 20. Okay. So we're sitting in a house and passing a couple bowls around, so it's 20 after plus. We're grandfathered in. Why? Because I'm old enough to be a grandfather. I'm doing as well as possible there, Richard. I am, a lot of things that have been weird here recently. I'm still here, I finally got my starter issue fixed, and my truck's still having problems, but me and Duggar made it to the local town and back and got some more supplies for at least 2 weeks. So at least the truck's running. A little weird, but she's running. So, I was stuck here for almost a month with not being able to start the truck. So, but anyway, um, we'll figure it out. So, one hurdle at a time, right? So, but thinking about friends and neighbors, it was hard for me at this time of year, being that my friend Marsa, this was her birthday, has been gone a year, and she passed away just days before her. Let's see, it would have been her 68th birthday last year. And this year she would have been 69 because I was just a few months older than her. But anyway, with that said, though, to think about the people that you know and the people that have been your friends and extended family and family members and stuff, and that not just about would you be my Valentine. Hey, T Wing, Lion Squadron, how are you? Blessings be to all of you. And the thing with Cupid and the hearts and arrows and all that kind of stuff, yeah, okay. But if Valentine's Day is a day of general giving each other a hug day and sharing the love, I'm for it. So I got some little chocolate thingies over here, and I you know I got um dug her some teriyaki. Between the two of us, we can munch down a package of beef jerky in a heartbeat. And he won't eat any kind of doggy treats. So but for the price of a doggy treat, it's about $3.50 now for a bag of jerky. But he and I both can eat it, so I can have a couple of pieces, and we get to share it. So but oh my God, it's people food. But anyway, so he got some. I got him some his own special treat today when we went to the store, and I got him some more, teriyaki beef jerky sitting over there on the couch, looking out. And we've been in and out of the house all day, and so when we got back. Um, I didn't take my normal walk to the up the driveway. And he always takes one. He's got like 5 or 6 of these big stuffed animals that are like his family and toys. And so, one's a little thingy and another one's something else. And so anyway, every time I went outside to get the groceries, he was like, "Ooh, we're going up the driveway." And I'm like, "No." So after 6 or 7 trips back and forth from the truck to the house, for every time, finally because I kept telling him, "No, not now," right? So poor Duggar, he like takes a toy up halfway up in the field and just sits there like he's folded his arms, like maybe he'll come up here. Anyway, he was cute today. He went to the store with me, so it's not like I left him all by himself or whatever. But anyway, so he's been real special today. But I just y'all are always on my mind one way or the other. And hey, Chloe, I don't think I said hi. Yeah, love in general, but y'all are members of the Soul Tribe. You are automatic members of the League of Like-Minded Beings, and over these several years, we've become friends, and some of us have become close, and I just think that's great. I mean, I got to meet Isby. He knows where I live and what kind of play. How old is Duggar, Mel? Let's see, 3. He might be going on 4. He might be going on 4 this year. But if I'm thinking about writing a story and maybe having little video clips with it and maybe narrate it. And it's Duggar, the original swamp donkey. Because if you'd see how he leaps around down there in the swamp, he's crazy. But fast, oh my goodness. If he gets the scent of something, he's gone. I mean, he's gone, you know. And but he's learning on our big trek the other day. But he always swings back around and finds me. So he's wandered off a little far a couple of times, but so if he tried to get too far and I could see him, I'd bring him back in. So, but anyway, what's that got to do with Valentine's Day, right? Well, I guess it's being outside and spring is springing out all over. There's so many people in the news. When I do my checking through the news every day, or sometimes they skip a day, but I look at everything and everything is war. Everything is the rapture. Everything is it's Armageddon again. And everything is the last straw again. And one thing that I saw today in a couple of headlines in the articles, something, last nail in the coffin. And I'm like, to myself, I was like, trying to try to spread friendship and love, just to learn how to be cordial to one another, right? And here's this: how many last nails is it going to take for that coffin to be down? Because I mean, this is going to be the last nail. Hillary Clinton, last nail. Joe Biden, last nail. Blah blah blah. The last nail. They're done. They're through. And it's like tomorrow's another day. It's like, okay, so what changed? But that was the last nail. Okay, maybe it was the last next to the last nail. I don't know, but it is, on this day of love and happiness and so forth. And I don't have candy hearts, but I do have chocolate stars. Now, something that was odd to me, just in chatting, I went to the local dollar store, and I love my, dark spicy mustard, right? And they always got mustard, you know. Oh, uh, so I had been in the store, another store a couple of days ago, no mustard. I was like, they're just out. Went to two stores in Coolidge, and neither one of them has mustard, not even plain yellow mustard. And I'm like, wait a minute, did the mustard factories, you know, what happened? Where's the mustard? you know? Hey Richard, let's see, what Mel? My dog Tips died the 14th of wow, the 14th, that's almost on my birthday. I'm sorry about that, Mel. I've lost several really good four-legged critters over the years. And to have Duggar now at this at 69 and a half, see, there are reasons I can keep that joke running. But um whoa, Rottweiler and Labrador, that's interesting. Hmm. Um, but now that my truck's running, I checked the river today and I was like, you know what? This is like the perfect time to go on the river. And the river's not too high. The water is cold though. But there are rivers and streams up in the Carolinas and North Georgia and stuff. They're cold in the summertime, so 5 years. Well, on this day of love and prayers, you know, let's send that hug to all those four-leggeds that helped us over the years. Well, see, that's a good thing, Mel. You still have his brother. I had my little Sasha dog. She was a little poodle dog about this big, and one of the toughest animals I have ever seen. And she died on September the 11th, several years ago, and just went down to the local dump to dump garbage. And she got out of the truck, and it was like 10:30 at night. And I had made a promise to myself that I wasn't going to make September 11th a curse. So we went for a ride. It was 10:30 at night down to the dumpster and get rid of some stuff. And as she was walking around the edge over there, a car come around the curve she didn't see because she was half blinded one eye, and killed her outright. So I still miss that little thing, but she's still here. I swear I think her spirit is still running through the woods around here. So and but I miss her. that skanky little dog. I miss her. But now I have Duggar the original swamp donkey. And I'm thinking about taking some pictures and video and just relating little stories that, today's episode of Duggar, the original swamp donkey, just whatever, right? Just because they can and because he's so silly sometimes. And at my brain used to come up with stories all the time with puppet shows and stuff. So, when we were down in the woods the other day, I was like, man, this could be an adventure. The Adventures of Duggar, the swamp donkey, And so my brain was going off. And anyway, so we'll see. you know, I have just made up my mind because I've already started to get my trails opened back up so I can get back down to the river. It is absolutely gorgeous down there right now. Holy mackerel. So I got to make it easier to get there. That's all there is to it. Now, the reason I say that is because, I'm an outdoorsman. I live on the edge of the swamp and all that. But when you're, for me, my spirit has been restricted because I haven't been able to access that which I love, which is the river down there. And between not feeling good and huge trees in the way that require a lot of strength and physical strength and all that, I just don't have that much anymore. But I'm still willing. But it's been enough years where some of the trees and things are rotten enough to where I could just break through. So um, I'm just going to take a little bit at the time. But having reached the river after 3 years of not, um, it's like I achieved a certain physical goal myself. And in that, it was also spiritual. Well, I'm outside and I'm in the woods and that kind of thing, but to be down on the river and to have the water flowing and to see it and to think, it was like, oh my God, I went to seventh heaven or eighth or ninth. I don't know. But the idea is that the water flowing, the outdoors this time of year was down here, spring's fixing to bust. Mm, it depends. Is be about fetching. Yeah, I got it running, but it ain't running right. It's sputtering and coughing, and it ain't running right, but it's running. It can get me around. Yeah, spring and fall. I think it's because the weather is in between. Now, spring, there are azaleas fixing to bloom here on my place. I was out here cleaning around the mulberry tree, and it's blooming. I noticed earlier today. Um, I've got blueberries, a bunch of wild blueberries on my place, and they're all blooming all over the place. And it's like, ain't this a little early? There are trumpet vines and things that are blooming. Let's see, what else? Oh, well, there's, like daffodils and things like that are blooming down here. And there was something else I saw the other day from my Fed Trust. I don't want a new truck. I honestly don't. All the trucks that I've seen from folks with all the gizmos and gadgets and stuff on it, I don't want one. I really don't. If I bought a truck, I'd buy it pre 2000 or maybe 2002 or ish. That's about the what the year is for my friend's truck that he still wants to sell to me, but we ain't got there yet. But with all these relays and all this stuff and all this electrical stuff going bad, um, no, the cameras and stuff and all this, I don't want it. I really don't. I just want to be able to drive. Yeah, he's, we got cats that are running around in the yard outside and, this here, hang on, it might be a little noisy. I don't know how good this is going to show up. Um, this is looking out my windows. into the yard how dark it is. Let's see. You can see the sky outside. That's the window right beside the. That window right there is an old shower door, and it's been there like 40 years. Okay, and I got it out of the dump. But yeah, so it for Duggar, he can see a little bit outside. Oh golly, if I swear if I buy a truck, I'm seriously thinking about getting something in the 80, 85, maybe 90 model. You know, or an old Chevy pickup. Hey Michelle, how are you? Was thinking much about you today and hope you had a good day. Uh, I got several friends who, the one, my friend who took me into town the other day to get parts. Um, he's driving his truck and there's all these gizmos and it's all this and it's really wide and I'm just like, you know what I'd really like to have, Richard? I've got an old Isuzu pickup truck and I'm seriously thinking about, honest to God, it ain't got nothing electronic on it and fixing it up and getting it running. Uh, Little 4-cylinder, great gas mileage, but my problem was that the cab was so short that me and my bad leg, I would get cramped real easy. The seat all the way back, and there just wasn't enough leg room. And so, but now with all this other stuff, and that truck's paid for. So for whatever, even if it cost me $2,000 to get it fixed, it's a little 4-cylinder. I mean, even if I had to rebuild the engine, I've rebuilt an engine, not in my truck, but another Isuzu. Actually, it was a Chevy Love, but it was an Isuzu engine. But I would love, hey Travis, I would love to have an old um, Isuzu Trooper. I mean, let's see, mine's an 86, I think. So an 86 to 90 Isuzu Trooper, I'd love to have one. You got a Honda, excellent car. I want something pre all of this um, computer driven stuff, like coming back from the store tonight. It's acting. See, if it had a carburetor, I'd know exactly what was wrong with it. Because it's like the needle valve used to stick, right? And it wouldn't get enough gas into the carburetor, right? Or the float would stick, right? And so you'd be going along, some of the older vehicles I've had an old Rochester carburetor. For those of you, with my old '51 Chevy, and that thing would be cranky sometimes. And I just kept a screwdriver in there, and it was like six, screws to hold it down. I lift it up and thump it a couple of times, because it was old and crotchety and a Rochester, and screw it back down and drive on down the highway. A little single barrel. Well, yeah, I think I still got one of them. But anyway, but to the point though, this stuff is all regulated by the sensors. And if the computer don't like what it's getting, then it sputters and coughs and I'm like, I wish I had a carburetor for this thing, Please, Jesus, let me have a carburetor. I know how to fix those. Well, my old Chevy, my Isuzu, guess what? It's got a carburetor, so and very little electronics. So if I could get it fixed and as my backup, plus I've got my Toyota sitting over here, and but I have just been focused on other things and not paying attention, and my sister asked me, she goes, "So do you have your porch done yet?" And I was sitting here with my head down, going, "No, no." Hey Sheila, how are you? Yeah, everybody, these are my next door neighbors, Sheila and Ricky. How y'all are? I'm glad for you to see me because that means I can see you too. So, but anyway, um, But whatever it is now, I'll track it down and figure it out. But it's this is impetus for me to either find a good, if Rob still wants to sell his truck to me, I'll still buy it. But in the meantime, I ain't gonna wait on him. In that, I'm gonna still try to get Mozzie to running right. Find out what it is, because I got one of them. I bought one of them plug-in devices so I can go check it. But I need to get my little Toyota fixed, because that thing will run 150 miles an hour. You have to have special tires on the thing. It runs like a scalded dog. Good gas mileage, and it ain't a truck, but it's got a hatch and the back lays down and it'll haul things. If I really need it. But it's just sitting in my yard, and it can't be sitting there anymore. I got to work on it. I got to do whatever it takes to get. If I got to have it towed into a garage and have them fix it, and let me just pay them or whatever, I got to do it, because it's pre. Um, there's a little bit of electronics in it, but most of it is mechanical. So not like all these sensors that can't talk to the PCM and the this, and oh my God, I spent $300 the other day on a battery and a starter. Now, if you count all the sensors that I've purchased, I've got $600 in my truck, and she starts but has trouble running. $600 without mechanical, the mechanics fee. $600 in parts, and it actually might be closer to seven. And so, but where did we get here? Hey, Michelle, it's 6:51. I'm sorry, but I just wanted to share time with y'all. Didn't necessarily want to talk about cars and stuff, but anyway, other folks have joined. I see. I want to tell y'all honestly, I love y'all so much, and keep up. Each one of you is dealing with your own stuff, and I don't need to know the specifics or the pacifics or the nitty gritty to know that we all have got our own little things we're working with. It's not the coil. Because I've run a check, a diagnostic with it running, and I mean one of these $500 or $600 computers you plug in. I mean, it's not a high end, but a good end. And there's nothing wrong with the coil packs, because that was one of the things I checked. It has to. It has to do with one of the O2 sensors, and it's making the truck run lean. It ain't getting enough gas. So you start to go up the hill, and it gets a little bit of a load on it. Cut, cut, cut. I can sit in the yard and rev it up to 3,500 and just leave it there, and it doesn't sputter, spit, or nothing. Take it up the driveway onto the road, and it acts up. So, but that's because there's a load differential and blah, blah, blah. But the gizmo says that it's an O2 sensor that's not allowing it to get enough gas. But anyway, I'm going to track it down now that it's starting and everything. I'll fine tune it and find out what's up. Um, but anyway, back to the Love Fest. Um, I'm thinking about my dear friends who passed, my dear friends who are still here, my dear friends like Sheila and Ricky that I recently connected with, and they've been my neighbors for years. So, even more connected. And so this year on Valentine's, you may not have got a card from me, but I dang sure sent a prayer or good message, or I sent all y'all, and now prayers and hugs and big hearts and all that kind of good stuff, all that mushy stuff, but not in a sense that I can buy you with candy, or can I? Would you like to share some of my chocolate stars? But anyway, so watching the news as I do, we're headed for Armageddon again. Now, for those of you who may not really understand, I'm going to talk about, the Ukraine for a minute, and Russia. They, you know, all the big news and everything has gotten it wrong. Putin don't want, he's not invading the Ukraine. He's trying to drive out some of them asshole sons of bitches that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden put in when Biden was vice president. Okay. There are bad guys trying to control that oil industry and over there, and the Ukrainians are asking Putin for help. So this idea that he's going to invade, please, you just have, there's so much more going on. Please, So they want to keep us all just scared to death. And I don't know, and any of the Americans, that want to go over there and tussle with the Russians, period, especially in wintertime, but no, that's So, stay out of the chaos of that. Just, stay out of it. But they're going to do this. Well, they're going to try, but people are going to go, yeah. Trudeau, he's up there trying to putting the lockdown and the screws down on people. And if they ain't had enough before, him locking it down and so the universe is like, they're they're showing you their cards on this lovely day of Valentine's. So we got to love them truckers and folks who are honking them horns. That story I told the other day of a friend of mine's daughter in school, and how she and a couple of her friends stood up to the teacher, and the teacher's like, "You need to go and get a mask on." And they were like, "No, we don't. It's not mandatory. And so we're not going to the office. And we choose not to wear a mask in classroom to her teacher." Great. Little pockets of folks going, "I'm sorry, but you're not going to intimidate me." you know Now there are folks who can be intimidating, and could be intimidated. So you need to learn where that line is. But as far as people just going to go along with it, oh, happy days, no, they ain't. There are so many people. We need to send our love out to the universe for all these people who are taking their own heart and saying, now we're going to stand together and we're going to say no. So this Valentine's Day, it not only for you and me and those that we know, but for those people who are using their heartfelt love to try to make a change without violence. And just by, so I'm sending out, cosmic hugs to all them people who have participated and who may participate. Them folks in Paris are going crazy over there. They're throwing tear gas into cafes to drive people out. I mean, they're worried about people getting COVID, but they're throwing noxious gases at people who could be very well gassed, blinded, affected by but it's just tear gas. You ever had it? So, but the idea though that, they've got to mandate this stuff, and the people ain't going to sit down no more. If anything, they're, some of these folks are going to get violent. And I think that some of these folks, they want to see us end. They want to see the chaos. And we just got to look at them and go, sorry, guys, you know, but I ain't buying it. Uh, 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 my dear friend, sent me a text earlier today, and she said, "I'm I'm so glad that you're not more mad at the guy at the auto parts store for telling you that that um, my starter was good, and put 4 or 5 days of work and heartache and trouble and all this other stuff, right?" And I said, yeah, I forgave him. There's just no sense in being mad, you know. And she was like, what? You forgave him? You're not mad because they? And I was like, it's over. It's done. I proved to myself I should have listened and ignored what he said the first time. And so I had to teach myself a lesson. But also, I couldn't hold a grudge against the guy. I don't know his name or anything like that. Hey, Barry. Yeah, 39 minutes and 50 seconds. I've been hanging out. Yeah. But so anyway, on this day of Valentine's is also a day of forgiveness for me. I mean, uh, not too many people have really pissed me off recently, but the guy at the auto parts store, and, oh, your starter's good, everything, yeah, I was a little pissed off the other day, but it doesn't do me any good. It's starting now. It's really strong. I mean, it's really strong. But to be pissed off is like the time's already been spent underneath the truck, wet, cold, doing it. It's over. Next. But to be pissed off, just I could have tried to start a commotion the other day when I was back in the auto parts store, but I was like, no, what good's it going to do? Really, what good's it going to do? Let's just take care of business and go to the house. So, but anyway, she she applauded me for forgiving the guy. And I was like, really? Would I have actually harbored ill feelings towards somebody I didn't really know? The guy at the auto parts store, I hate a fucking guy. Wait a minute. Let's back off of that one. So hopefully I have, you know, advanced enough in my spiritualness that, things like that a little bit bothered me, but not like it would have back in the day. So, but on this day of Valentine's, when we show our hearts and our love, if somebody's offended us or something recently, or maybe tomorrow or the next day, let's just forgive them ahead of time. Not that we should be trodden on and kicked in mud in the face and all that, but, you know, if something ticks you off, just let it slide, unless it's a really big deal. Now, back in the day, this thing with the starter would have been a really big deal. But anyway, um, so glad I can look at things, from on the other side of the coin. But anyway, so with the love that we have between us in this community, and with all y'all, hey Tracy, how are you? I didn't you sent me a message earlier. I think I was looking, but anyway, if not, I'm having a flashback. Oh, by the way, for those of you, um, when I had my discussions about my head being off, there's still a little something weird going on. A little bit of balance issues that have been popping up that haven't been there. Just little whoop-de-doos. I just have to stop and go, "Ooh, that was weird." Okay, are we good? All right, and go on. But I used to be in a wheelchair, so the fact that I can still walk and talk and do that, I'm like, I'm good. But so whatever was recently, um, I'm still having a little bit of these issues, but I'm dealing. Went to town and didn't drive off the road or anything. Duggar didn't, scream and shit on the seat. I mean, I must have did okay. Hey, David Castle, how are you? Hugs from Massachusetts. Massachusetts. Blah blah blah. I see those things in my. Oh, what I was talking about the other day. Yeah, I've been seeing some stuff too. Yeah. Uh, Last night, there was something running across the table, and there wasn't nothing running across the table. And I kept going, well, that's interesting. But for me, I don't know. The veil has been being lifted on my off my eyes and brain and whatever ever for I don't know the last 4 or 5 years really well. And just because I'm trying to live clean and do well and stay off of, being angry all the time. And Alice's restaurant. Yep. You can get anything you want at Alice's restaurant, except an Alice. You can get anything you want at Alice's restaurant. Walk right down, it's around the back, just a half a mile from the railroad track. You can get anything you want at Alice's restaurant, except in Alice. About partners and stuff, I had a flashback on it was the weirdest, real kind of dream kind of thing. And I was like, what the hell? Even when I was in it, I was like, this is a dream, but it just kept on going. I looked around, I was like, for whatever the reason, now for me, I can understand, but for whatever the reason, I know I'm crazy, okay? In that you down here and collecting stuff, I'm have gone overboard a few times and then I got hurt, but you know, I was always good at heart. I dug my own well. I have literally cut, I was telling my friend the other day, I said, there are trees that I built this house with that came out of my backyard when they cut trees out of my backyard back in like 85 or 6 or something like that. And they got real wet and they couldn't come back in and the contract ran out. So they left a big pile of trees and I drug them up here by hand and built there's an old tree right there. There's one by the back door. There's one in the bathroom that the termites ate halfway and I cut it off. And two or three other trees that were the original part of the house. And I treated them. I did all kinds of good stuff to keep termites out, and they still ate up like into the second floor. So, but when I homesteaded, I was homesteading like a flipping pioneer. Lori, how are you? Be safe. Love you. So here's the thing. Most people don't want to live like a damn pioneer. Well, this is the 21st century. You don't have to live like a pioneer. Well, it's just been my lifestyle. I'm still trucking. I've always been a pain in the butt to, get certain things done, but old age will do that to you. It's okay. Um, and I honestly thought I was going to have, even to just buy some. Oh, was the song I was singing? Is that Zappa? No, it was um um oh man, I've seen him in concert. Help me out. Who sang Alice's Restaurant? Right this minute I can see his name. Is that the one you were talking about, Michelle? Man, I've seen him in concert in Tallahassee. It's great, but um I am going Arlo Guthrie. Did somebody say it? Arlo Guthrie. First one to see it in there after I said it. No, it was Arlo Guthrie. Yep, I do. It ain't just about the chocolate, but a little bit it is. you know, no aliens have showed up yet, by the way. Um, there hasn't been a spark or a flash in the sky that I know of. We're supposed to have this shift about now. Oh, and by the way, to finish off my well wishes, my sister Lynn's birthday yesterday. My departed friend from a year ago, her birthday is today. But tomorrow is my sister Amy's birthday, and so that makes the 13th, 14th, and 15th of you know older sister, younger sister. Well, almost not the youngest, but a younger sister. So, but anyway, interesting little, you know, grouping there. But Much love to both of my sisters. I need to call Amy tomorrow and wish her a happy birthday. But my prayers have already going out to folks. So if your birthday's around the area, happy birthday to you as well. But regardless of what people have said is going to happen, as I continue to scan as my watchman duty with headlines and stuff, I'm just amazed that so many people are still buying into some of this stuff. I mean, I'm just like, what? No, I keep an eye on it to see how trends are moving left, right, up, down, and how hard they're still trying to push, this, that we are going to war with Russia. No. And I don't think Americans are are going to want to go over there and do that. I mean, it's just absurd, right? Look what we did in Afghanistan. Look how badly we left that. And look how bad no, we're going to go over there to the Russians. I don't think so. They have real tanks, you know, that can kill us. They have some very interesting technology over there. So them Russians are not a bunch of folks in the desert. Mm-mm, nah. It would be the dumbest thing in the world for us to go up against, well, the Russians or the Chinese or, these other armies. No. But anyway, so if you're worried about it, please stop because that's sending negative, it's feeding the chaos. So if you go, oh my God, just say, that's okay. They'll figure it out. That's okay. They'll figure it out. Because the more we are attuned to it, the more they get what they want. And we don't want that at all. So we're going to be sending them love and hugs and cosmic goodness. And I know there are folks out there going like, Hawkeye, two feathers, David, no. Here you are selling hopium. Nah, because we've already proved that we can change people's minds simply by not overreacting. We can keep a situation from becoming volatile by simply not jumping to conclusions. We go, wait a minute, I see you over there. I got my eye on you. It's almost time, ain't it? It's 7-Eleven. Oh, I need to repack just because. I wish that we were all sitting around and I could honestly share a real one with you. Um, at the moment, I think I could make us all pretty stoned. So if you were here, we'd be rocking and rolling. So you rock and roll in your own place because I can't get to you, But with much love, and if you don't have candy, if you don't have chocolate, you should have. There goes Duggar again, voicing his opinion. But I'm hoping soon. Um, it just hasn't been, the weather just has not been conducive. But I've got a couple of large piles of limbs and tree thingies and cuttings and stuff that really need burned. And so I've been trying to figure out how to do a live stream from out around the fire. And, of course, at dark 30, light the fire and do a live stream from out in the yard, maybe do a drum. Because this is the time of year to do it. Hey, Mel. TYSM. Thank you so much. Is that it, Tracy? There's so many times that I'm praying and sending good energy out to the universe, and I have to watch at least the headlines on some of this stuff. And the folks that the big thing today was it's the last nail in the coffin for this person, the last nail in the coffin for that person. And I'm like, how many times has that been said about that person? Hillary and this one and that one. And, oh, Trudeau's finished. And this, oh my God. Oh my God. I'm just like, in big stations, little stations, it's like, we're all dead. They're finished. Really? Y'all said that a year ago and the year before that, year before that, year before that. You know, oh, Hillary's going to jail. Well, the real Hillary's dead and this is a fake, but we won't go there, right? If you think this person is acting like Hillary now, she's too young. Nah, no, no. Mm-mm. She hasn't just had a facelift. She ain't the same. It ain't the same face. But oh, and now she's gonna. Biden's gonna resign. Harris is gonna go to the Supreme Court. They're gonna nominate Hillary from God knows where, and she's gonna end up becoming the president. Still, are you serious? What? You got to ask yourself, really? Oh yeah, the Democrats have got. Now, here's the thing. Um, are there people who think they could pull it off? Yeah, I think there are people who would really like to see that happen. And there are those of us, oh, come on. Are you serious? That's the only people who can like rule over us? Nah. Sorry. You could pick a CEO of a company who would be better. Oops, we tried Donald Trump, but he's a little mouthy and boisterous and all that. But he was a good manager. You can't deny that part. He was a good manager. And that's what we need. All this other crappy political stuff. No, we need a good manager. Okay. We don't need a president. We need a good manager. Oh, well, we got what we got. But, you got to ask the question, if this guy can't bumble through a press conference, who's running the country? I mean, really, it ain't him. Who's doing what? Somebody's doing something. It ain't him. Come on now. This ain't rocket science. And I'm not trying to be, but there are certain things you just have to look at and go, well, I guess old Joe really is kind of moving kind of slow at the junction, But anyway, instead of being pissed off, though, you got to laugh about it, please. Because if you feed into the chaos, I feel so much better this year because I have been laughing at the stupidness of some of this stuff, The Book of Stupid, maybe part two. But by looking at it with a different set of eyes, there's a part of me that it still pisses me off, right? But the other part of me is like, man, let's see how far they can actually get with this. And if they do, like they got away with, Uncle Joe, right, becoming the prez. But is he really? And what's going on? I mean, just so it's not like it's a conspiracy. You can see it. No, it's like live and in color. Here's Uncle Joe bumbling and muttering through another one of his famous, wait a minute, no questions asked from the audience. Right, Joe? Huh? Mama, can I have my pills? I've got brain damage, and I admit it. That guy's like, hey, you hear me over there? Come on, you gotta laugh. You have to laugh. you know, oh, but it's this and that, and we're all doomed, are we? You know, things are a little weird and stuff's moving. It's trying to move. People are trying to get back to the way it was, or, at least a semblance. But I still want to know, where'd all the mustard go? Yellow mustard, spicy mustard. Where's all the mustard go? Uh, uh, you know, Now I haven't gone to Walmart or any big box store, okay? But my local dollar stores and the local IGA, no mustard, and haven't had any. Just curiously enough. So, but where is all the mustard gone? Long time passing. Where is all the mustard gone? Long time ago. Where is all the mustard gone? I don't know. Can anybody name that tune? Holy cow. Ooh, that was I don't know what that brand is. Woo, wee, goodness gracious. Did I beat you to the punch? Yeah, 1 minute early. The tune I was singing was Where Have All the Flowers Gone? Long time passing. Where have all the flowers gone? Long time ago. Where have all the flowers gone? Gone to young girls, everyone. When will they ever learn? When will they ever learn? Anyway, that's the song. I can't figure out how worthless money. Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, all y'all. Now, I keep an eye on some of the financials and stuff like that. But as I'm 69 and a half years old, officially, um, wait, well, actually, in a couple of days, but the fact that what is of value now, people are like silver, gold, they're all about the metals. Here's the thing, the people in Mexico, I'm maybe I've showed this, my silver pipe, okay? I mean, it's made out of all silver, all right? From Mexico, brought back by my friend who passed away last year as well. But it'll be 2 years now. But anyway, he brought this back from Mexico, and I was like, man, this thing must have been expensive. He's like, it was $10. What? Yeah, $10 American. He said I could have, um, it would have cost whatever it was pesos back then. But I said, $10? And he goes, yeah, I met a Morris, anyway, a place in Mexico where he was doing some actual mining and geological work um, with a brother-in-law. Um, he said, there's all kinds of silver down there. And he said, but all these people have silver. They've mined it themselves. They get paid in silver. He said, but they can't buy shit with it because there's so much silver locally. And he goes, this stuff is cheap. He said, for $10, they'll sell you their because they can't eat it. Too many other people have silver and it's worthless to them in the local commodity. And he goes, that's why it's so cheap down there. So in the local community where they have it, it is of no value, which means for those people who have silver, well, I've got this piece of paper. You ain't got shit. You're going to eat that piece of paper unless you got it under your bed or in your whatever. You ain't got it. Well, it's on it that you ain't got it. For me, I've learned, especially these last few years, uh, the old adage that a penny saved is a penny earned is absolutely freaking right. Because I have made money simply by not spending it. Okay. Oh, well, I used to have this and that and this and that. And I was talking to my friend the other day and I said, I explained to him when he first retired, I said, it's going to take you a couple of years to get into that. Um, hey, Lori, did I say hi to you before? Anyway, uh, what would happen if we could make gold? It doesn't matter, Isby, because it's worthless if you're trying to survive. You know what's worth something? a good tool, a good tool, an honest to God, good tool. I've got thousands of dollars worth of tools in my shop and around. You see my place, Ibby. Gold can't do anything but sit there. Its value is only in to the person who wants it. Okay. But if I have tools at my disposal, I can survive. I can make things to earn gold. But if all you got is gold, then you ain't got squat or silver or a piece of paper or some kind of certificate or a digital something. Now, for me, every month I go to the local ATM machine or stop by the bank and I draw X amount of money out, right? I try to take out every other month at least $200 in cash because that's what I stash, and that's how I paid my taxes this year and a couple and my tags on my vehicles. So by going to the bank and just withdrawing money, right? Because well, it's in the bank, yeah. Well, but it ain't making me no money like it used to have it in the bank. Um, and it's all on paper anyway. There are no transactions unless you get the cash in your hand, right? But I can go into a store now with a piece of gold and not buy anything because they can't convert it. Okay. Silver, unless it's in coin, it's worthless unless you're going to go to a shop and that buys silver. Okay. So if you're trying to survive, so if you want to invest in something for the future, tools are always valuable. And depending on the type of tool that you buy, and for me, I'm a pioneer, so anything, a good axe, a good this, a good that, a good buggy, a good wheelbarrow. I mean, I'm on the farm, but if any kind of tool will help you to survive. Where gold and silver, if that's all you got, if you ain't got tools, then you ain't got squat. Later on, you can always sell the tools. There are always people on the market for tools and antique tools. I've got some antique tools that are literally 100 years old. They were my grandfather's when he was a mechanic, okay, back in the 20s and 30s when he was running moonshine from Kentucky to Ohio. Yeah, that's the stories my grandma told me. That Aunt Shirley still doesn't know about. But anyway, and I don't know if my sister Lynn knows about that or not. But anyway, that's a good story to have with her. But anyway, so Grandpa was a moonshiner. He loved stock car races because he knew some of them stock car racers, uh, because he was himself was a moonshiner, and that's where some of them guys got their start back in the day. So, but um, if you had moonshine, you didn't have to have money because you could sell it. People would give you something. Here, I got a bunch of chickens if you got a gallon of shine. I mean, you talk about trading power. But a lump of gold or silver is not worth anything, especially to the poor man. Now, me, I've got all kinds of different tools that I've bought over the years, and they're still worth something. And what I paid for it 20 years ago to replace it now, I would at least get my money back. It wouldn't be like, well, I lost $100 when I bought this brand new. No, I mean, some of the things that I purchased are like I could get $25 more than what I paid for it 20 years ago, even though it's used and old and all that. No, I'll give you $200 for it. Well, I only paid 175, so I made $25 on the deal. But I don't want to sell it because it's still worth something to me, right? It's a good tool. So, but anyway, so not everybody has a place to buy tools and stuff, or whatever. But the idea that if you think that somehow the gold or silver at as things get tough ain't gonna help you at all. It's not. People are gonna want to steal it from you because they think it has value. But unless there is a commodity to buy, which you need tools to garden, You need tools to fix a house, or you need tools to fix a car. You need tools to do all kinds of stuff. You know, you need tools to set up a solar panel. You need tools to be able to check the wattage and voltage and things. You need tools to maintain the system. Oh, well, we're off the grid. Yeah, but if you ain't got tools and something goes wrong, you're in deep doo doo. You know, gold and silver ain't gonna do you no good unless you're gonna barter with the guy who actually wants it. So anyway, my love for you all extends beyond, hey, the monetary things. If you want to invest in something and you've got extra money, put it under your mattress. Okay. In the sense, not maybe not literally, but because then you have it at your disposal. You've got it. What's it worth? Whatever the going market is. Can I got this lump of silver? What's it worth? Nothing if I can't get trade for it. Well, but the market says it's worth, you know, 20, blah, 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 blah. Okay, fine. So do you have it in like 1 ounce little things? How are you going to trade that with me? I mean, it's not practical. So just be careful. I'm watching the news. It's you got to buy into the gold, and you got to buy. You if you don't, I'm like, okay, now 5 years later, the world is coming to an end, and you must invest in gold and silver. And if you haven't, and then now is invest in crypto. But that's just digits out there. Well, yeah, but we got control of it. But do you have the money in your hand? Well, no, I've got this account without. That's not my point. Remember the stock market. One day everybody had lots of stuff, and the next day they didn't. So crypto, this and that, it's all protected and stuff. It could go bing and be gone. The tools and stuff in my shop and the money that I have saved and put back in cash, I'm going to be way ahead of a lot of people simply because I have the ability to have it in my hand. That's all. It's not how much, it's the fact that I can get my hands on it. Okay. So, caution, folks, if you're worried about this and this investment and that, think investing in, like for me, I'm uh, now that my truck's running, I know how much I spent, that kind of thing. Now I'm going to invest in fruit trees, blueberry trees, a lot of other bushes. Why? Because I should have invested in it before. I would have more fresh blueberries, whether to sell or not, to eat and be healthy, grown on my place. Some other citrus trees. Apples don't do too well down here, but there is a variety that will grow. But there are kiwis and lots of other stuff that do grow down here, and a nursery up the road. You don't want to invest in something? Invest in a fruit tree. Invest in something that will that will get you something. Um, if you got gold, you can't eat it. You know what I mean. But if you invest what you would in gold into fruit trees or something long lasting, blueberry bushes, whatever, every year they're going to come back. They're going to provide for you. Yeah, sure, you could have bad weather and then be in a drought, or there's always that. But there's a good chance that some of this stuff will make it. And like my mulberry tree that's out here, blooming, it gave me lots of stuff last year. A lot of us ate off of it, the birds and people and stuff. It was great. And shame on me for not getting a cutting over the winter, but that's something I'm trying to work out now this spring. Um, that for the future, I don't know how long I'm going to live, but if my investment, if I've got some money in the bank, it ain't doing me any good in the bank. But if I invest $500 in fruit trees over the years, that $500 will have all these trees. I'll have a mini orchard here on the property, and for future, not just gold, whatever, to buy something now. It's an investment. So for folks who are out there wanting to invest in things, consider trees and bushes, or and if it's only one or two, you've made the investment. It will pay you back. Okay. And it gives you something you can put your energy to. You've planted something into Mother Earth. Even if you're a renter and you move, somebody else will get the fruit off of the tree. It's the idea of planting things that can feed us, right? Johnny Appleseed in a way. So for $20, you can buy a couple of, little blueberry bushes, and they might not do anything for the first year or two. But for me, I've been here 40 years. If I had invested more back then, one tree a month or 2 months, every 6 months, a tree a year, I would have 40 trees, and I don't. And that's just like, wait a minute. So I've wasted 40 years of planting. Well, I'm going to plant this year as an investment in my future, not gold or silver or anything like that. Something that is tangible, something I can go out and water and love and talk to, something to help increase the energy of Mother Earth. You know what I mean? Propagate fruit, you know, be fruitful, you know and be healthy. So, but anyway, that's my 10 cents worth. I got all preachy there for a minute, didn't I? But there are so many people that are still, it's like you're not rich unless you have this something, right? But it doesn't have a value in the long run. Now, if I'd invested in a bunch of gold back then or silver, I had some silver. Somebody got into my house and stole it, and it was hidden. How they got it, how they knew it was there, not a clue. But I lost my silver that I had collected over the years. So for me, that value of collecting and hoarding it in case got stolen, it's gone. What do I have out of that? Nothing. If I'd have taken what that silver was worth and planted trees, I'd have fruit trees. I would have something tangible. Hey, Super, how are you? Good. I am eternally rich of soul and spirit, and with the love of the Creator and of myself. Yep. And for all of us like minded beings that share the love just out there in the universe, that's how we connect. And, this last several years, the fact that you all are still around and we've become friends and neighbors and all and things, I just think it's great. I'm so thankful, grateful. It is unbelievable. And so happy Valentine's Day. Just keep sharing the love. I could rattle on about a bunch of other crap, but um, the idea though, um, what is of value to people back then? And I say this in that I've known several folks over the years that had really nice homes, 150, $200,000 home, decent neighborhood, decent neighbors, and lost it all that investment. Now I've had a lot of hardships over the year, but I'm still here. Well, my house is built out of old lumber and stuff and this and that. Okay, fine, but it's still here. I've survived two tornadoes where my neighbor's mine hasn't. My stuff's still standing. Yes, I need some help and it needs some upkeep. But nonetheless, it's still here, where other people have lost their homes and are renting or living out. I mean, their whole lives working and paying mortgage and they got nothing. I mean, if for whatever reason they can't find a place to rent, they because of credit and stuff, they can't buy anything now, especially when you're, you know, retired, you're 60 years old, 65 years old, and you want to buy a house? Don't think so, right? So people have to learn on their own. But for quote, what little bit I have a lot more than a lot of other folks. simply because however it was, they've squandered it, lost it, they don't have it. And I feel sad about that. So anyway, not to be a negative, but I still pray for these folks. I still try to help when I can. But there are realities within other realities, and people are like, well, I don't know what I should do. Well, what you should do is that very calmly and quietly is learn to live within your means. Well, I used to be able, sorry, used to be able, and what you can now. And you just need to find a happy medium and live with it. Well, yeah, well, used to make 50,000 a year, and now you make like 15, or maybe 20 with your Social Security. I think mine is like 14.5 or something, but I don't get that much because they keep a pile of it for the insurance that I haven't used in years. But um, so that's about $1,500 a year in insurance cost. That'd be nice to have, but okay. Um, so an investment though, and some of these poor people, I I hate it, but I hope they don't end up homeless. I mean, seriously, I hope they don't end up homeless. I might live in a dilapidated old, what to other people's a dilapidated old place, um, but it's mine. It's paid for, and it mostly don't leak. The last thunderstorm, it leaked right in here again. I was like, damn it, man. But I thought I had planned that I would have the roof changed by this time, at this age, by this many years, and it's still the original roof. So, which is 40 years now, and it mostly doesn't leak, but there's some spots up there that need patched, and it actually needs replaced. But to the point, though, I had planned on that back then. It just hasn't happened because, well, there's a lot of folks that just, I have begged, I will pay you under the table, straight out money and presents. Uh, Okie, how are you? Cheers to you as well. How are you? Oh, Greenie, I didn't see you come in. I love you all for each one of you that are here and the time that you spend or maybe drop by and just listen and it's not about the comments, it's the fact that you do, come by and check in with everybody. I absolutely think that's so great. Um, you know, in my wildest dreams I never thought it that me just yapping here on the internet would have drawn good people to each other. I'm so blessed. And it's all because of you. But anyway, enough mushy, right? But so it depends on how bad that you think things are going to get in the future, right? There, I'm glad that if the electricity goes out, I got almost 2,000 gallons of water stored. I know I can throw a bucket down in my well and get water out. I know how to retrieve water out of the backyard down here in the swamp, and water's a big deal. And it's my water. Don't got to pay for it. It's my water. It comes off of my property. I know what goes in the ground around in this area, so I don't have to worry about it being contaminated by pesticides and all that kind of stuff, because how the land is situated and how the water underground works stuff. But anyway, um, where other people, if the lights go out or the water goes off, or talking with my dear friends, they were like, "Oh, I love my electric stove," and I said, "Yeah, but it's useless if the lights go out. You can't cook." Well, you got a what? You got a toaster oven. Well, I could use well, no, I can't. Well, I could use no, can't use that neither. Well, you have all these appliances now, so they keep talking about the lights going out, the rolling blackouts, right? So I'm not saying it. They are, right? Oh, we're going to have a Carrington event. It's going to wipe out the network. We've had some really strong stuff come off the sun. It's happened before, okay? It just hasn't happened as badly recently, right? 1840s, 50s, somewhere in there when it happened before. Killed people who were just doing, telegraph work. So should we be worried? We should know that it could happen. It's happened within our less than the last 200 years with electricity, not counting any other time before. So, we're pressing our luck in that it hasn't happened again since, right? So, but if everything you have is electric, if everything has to be plugged into the wall, then you're going to be sunk. So, what should you invest in? A gas stove, you know? I mean, seriously, a gas stove. Oh, but gas, it can do that. It can do what? Oh, because it's gas. If you learn how to cook with a gas stove, and you can fine tune and you can see the right color underneath when you learn, and you can set it right there, and you don't have to worry about it. Nah. So, but anyway, so what should you worry about the future if you live in an all electric house? I'd be at least coming up with some decent camp gear, okay? That's gas. I would be coming up with something, quote, not necessarily as survival, but if you live in an area where the lights go out, uh, and you got a family to feed, uh, there are people who have electric can openers that when it came time, when the lights were out around here, they didn't know how to operate. I don't have an electric can opener. Okay. I use the old hand twisty type because it keeps my hands strong. Well, your arthritis. Yeah, but if I didn't do it, my arthritis would get worse. Anyway, it's good exercise. But I can open a can with a pocket knife if I have to, but other people don't know that. But everything they have is in the freezer, or they only buy something for a couple of days, and whoops, you're sunk. And it's not about having a lot of preparation with all this super duper freeze dried food. I had $350 worth of freeze dried food in cans years ago, freezer packed and stuff. Not one of those cans could I use because of incidents. So I spent all that money on all these, the Mormons were selling it. All this, freeze dried canned food stuff. And I was not able to use any of it. So I wasted all that money. I wasted my faith in that if I ever needed it, it was going to be there. Thank God I could use some of it, but it was so horrible. Thank God I didn't have to really use it to try to survive. It would have been the pits, right? So people, okay, freeze dried food. Well, okay, some of the stuff now is good, not a problem. Okay, invest in that. Invest in that before you buy gold or silver, please. There's value there. So, but for other folks, it's up for you to decide where you think the future is going to be. I think the future is going to be somewhere in between. For me down here, on the edge of the swamp, this last month, I've used so much electricity, it cost me $53. And my neighbors like, I don't mean my neighbors, but some of my other friends that are like, well, our light bill was $289, but everything they got's electric, everything. And I'm like, okay, I can, two 20-pound tanks of gas, um, a year. So that's like that's 50 pounds of gas. I've got four cylinder tanks around here that are full. So, and about a halfway now. So if I don't, buy another tank of gas. I've got enough gas for the rest of this year and a whole another year with how much gas I use. And I would still go get another one filled and have an extra. I'd like to have four and one in use. So they're 25, $30 for a cylinder to refill, and you always got some kind of power. Also, since I'm on the subject, but I have cans that are an easy 8 to 10 years old. Okay. They were stored and put in a place. I forgot about them. So I've been getting them out and opening up these cans and to check them out. And a 15-year-old can is the food, even with a little rust on the outside of the can, is still good, edible right out of the can. Never got sick. No, most folks are going to, cook it. But I was tasting, even learning Portuguese. I would like to just brush up on my Spanish. Thank you, Richard. I struggle with just plain English. I would really like to learn another language. And here's something now, I don't, to go on that subject for a moment. I noticed that, like on Netflix, they got a lot of anime kind of stuff on, but some of the stories are really good. I have to admit. Now, in some of them, unless you choose the language, it's going to be speaking in something else, right? Cantonese and I noticed, wait a minute, you mean they can say it in French? You mean I can listen in French or German or Chinese or Korean or wait a minute. So I can put on, I don't have to listen if it was original Japanese or Korean or someplace. I can listen in another language and watch and turn on the captions in English. So I was like, well, wait a minute. This is kind of a cheating way to learn a language, but you could at least get familiar with it. So one of the languages I listened to the other day was in not Mexican Spanish, but like Italian Spanish kind of thing. But there was enough of Spanish that I remember that it was similar. So I was reading the captions and listening to them speak, because the best way to learn to speak a language is to speak along with them, kind of thing, conversation, right? So by listening to conversation and picking out words and going, well, I don't know what that word was. Oh, it's a person's name. Or Hildengraf. What the hell does that? Oh, it's the person's name. Oh, Shang-Chi. It's not a place or a dessert. It's a person's name. Oh, so having on the clothes, the captions on in whatever language you're, you know. Now, conversely, you could try to read it in Spanish or German or whatever to try to learn to read that language, the conversation, So you can leave English or whatever as your base and then turn the captions on to a different language. Now that's, but here's the thing. I thought, all these folks, there are more Chinese than us. Okay. They know how to speak English, but I don't know how to speak Chinese or any Mandarin. I mean, I know there are differences in the dialects and stuff, but if you know one, you can kind of get by with some of the other. I don't know squat, you know. Uh, Maybe it's like talking Southern like this all the time. People wouldn't really know what you're talking about, But then you go up into the Northeast and the people are like, well, Susan, how are you this fine morning? And how is your brother and your other siblings and your mother and your father? Are they doing well? Is that a different language? Maybe, you know. So, but to my point though, I couldn't understand any of it. If it's Spanish related, I can make out key points. There are certain things, but there are certain things in French. I could, if I'm listening, I'm like, oh, maybe it's just because I'm old and have listened to so many things over the years. But the idea, though, that you could learn another language by simply changing the settings in your Netflix account. I mean, like, what? So just thought I'd bring that out because I love you on this Valentine's Day. If you don't know about that and you want to learn another language, there's how you practice. Now, my dear friend Serge, who moved to Mexico years ago and who passed away, this will be 2 years. This year will be 2 years. But he's the one that I used to go in the swamp with all the time. And he moved to Mexico for several years. He worked down there as part of his um, working for a large corporation. And but he was like, "Man, I'm so glad to get back up to here to the States," kind of thing. Because he said, people get by with so little down there. There's some of these small little, villages and towns and stuff, that the electrical connections are literally guys that go out there and take bare wire and wrap it around the existing thing hanging off of a pole and running stuff off of it. Intermittent electricity, intermittent lights, intermittent bunch of stuff. And down there in Mexico, they have built into their pueblos and their houses and stuff. A lot of times when it does rain, but that it's a cistern on top of the house. Okay, what? Yeah, it's a water tank built into the house, kind of, sort of. And so hot down there in Mexico, it's between you and the ceiling, and so it heats the water in the daytime. And so the hot water, they don't have conventional hot water heaters. Why? Because they don't have a lot of gas, propane or otherwise, and they don't have a lot of elect- electricity because the power supplies and stuff there are so unregulated and haphazard that you're lucky if you get electricity 4 or 5 hours a day, right? They're glad to have electricity. You get through like half of the day and you've got electricity. And he was like, man, up here people would be squawking and bitch and we really don't know how good we have it. But anyway, in all of that and learning the languages, what he told me, he said, he said, I've known Spanish and my wife is, was Mexican, but I'm never fluent in it. But he said, while I was down there, he said, all they got is Mexican TV, unless you got a satellite or whatever. So, and they don't have captions. Rural communities or whatever, you're lucky to get a good signal at all. And so he says, my Spanish improved because that was the only thing on television was Spanish. I had to learn it, And then I was like, then there are those Mexican workers who knew enough English to be able to help him translate. Oh, that's what that means. Okay. So, but he got a lot better by talking to the TV. And, anyway, so I thought I would pass that along to you. Hey, Greenie, ooh, teno y umam maca, learning Portuguese because I'm visiting Brazil this year. Oh my goodness, that would be fun. Mexican radio. Ay, 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 inda pare combrero, la cucaracha, la cucaracha. That's about smoking joints, right? That cockroach, the roach. Yeah. But anyway, so everybody's like, la cucaracha. They ain't got a clue what they singing about, especially on Cinco de Mayo, but so forth. Wow. I've wasted an hour and 39 minutes of y'all's time hanging out this evening. But it is Monday, and I usually try to throw something in on a Monday just, for the sake of it. But, um, I really do love hanging out with you all. And so there are a lot of folks who are like, oh my God, it's so bad. And oh, it's this and that. You know, them poor folks in Paris, I think it was, I read today, and the video of, you know, the police throwing tear gas into cafes, into businesses to drive people out. I mean, there's somebody's gonna get really pissed about that. I would be. I mean, if I had a business and you were throwing tear gas in to get rid of me and my customers, I'm afraid I might have to seriously think about being belligerent. You know what I'm saying? This being peaceful and all this stuff. Next time they threw it, I don't know what I would do. You know, thank goodness I have had enough forethought to not be put in that situation. But God love them people that live there and love it, and you know, and they have these crazy people throwing tear gas into businesses. Got to send the love out, because as good or bad as we think we do or don't have it, there's always somebody else. Yeah, I might have to hurt some. I'm telling you, I mean, I'm that I would protest peacefully, but if they started doing that, my opinion might change. You know, I mean, and probably quickly. You know what I mean? Because in my younger days, I was like, I'll protest. You know, because um, tin soldiers and Nixon's coming. We're finally on our own. This summer I hear the drumming. Four dead in Ohio. So Kent State, you know, um, there were protests, and then there were the shootings, killings, and the beatings and the stuff. They had that in Tampa too. And the cops were like, "You fucking hippies," and my hair would be like barely touching my collar. And if if they saw me with my hair as long as it is now, I mean, goodness gracious, it's like, oh, he really is a hippie. Or I'm an old swamp hermit, I guess. But to the point, though, what does good does it do us? You know, what good has it done over the years to like fight against them? The quiet fight has really worked. I mean, you have to stand up where you at least got a chance. I was reminiscing myself about years ago when they had this garbage tax thing, and I was working with other folks. We wanted to set up a recycling center in Colquitt County, and we wanted to be able to save the citizens of Colquitt County money by having them donate and add all their metal and separate their stuff, and but they would have to bring their garbage. But that we had done studies and all this stuff long before the internet was like really big, and we had a plan. And because it's a county and not a municipality, but yeah, that it would have paid for itself. So the citizens of Colquitt County, if they donated properly and separated their garbage, it wouldn't cost them anything, and it would pay for the recycling. It would pay to hire people to take care of the places and all. Now Thomas County has gone to something similar, and it's working for them. You know, the places are, I think they went a little too far, but but still, um, but they shot it down, went behind all of the citizens of Colquitt County's back, and hired a company out of Albany. They didn't even hire local. There were people who were already operating small garbage pickups, right? For people in small neighborhoods out in the country and trailer parks and stuff like that. And people were paying it, you know. And so it cut out all those people because now the county demanded that you pay them the the um, the garbage tax, and you can't get away from it. Even renters, if you rent a place, they bill you. For me, they billed me, and I was like, but I'm not even using it. I mean, really, I'm just by myself down here. And so, at $25 a month, I was like, what? You know, I'm, especially when I ain't using it. It's just me. Now, a family of four, they paid the same. A family of eight, they paid the same $25. So now that I'm and old and retired and so forth, I have to fill out a form once a year and show them how much I make and whether or not I qualify. But so my garbage here in my older age has been free. Okay. So now I thought back as I got my okay in the mail the other day that I wasn't going to have to pay. So I thought, all the money I paid in fines, and they were going to take my property because it was in litigation, and they were like, no, you're going to pay this, bitch, and I did, and plus like $900, and they put a lien against the property. I had to buy my place back, and it cost me $1,000, and they still won, right? So now though, I'm walking down the driveway going, well, here's another year of free garbage. I guess I all that money I paid back then, I get my garbage free now. You know what I mean? So I forgave them, I guess. What was that, yesterday? No, must have been Friday. But anyway, so on this Valentine's, I realized that, I had closed my heart and was so mean and ugly and these sons of bitches. Now, they were still sons of bitches and they went behind her back. And a lot of the people in the county were pissed off, okay? Especially all the committees that had been working 3 or 4 months to have this presentation. And then they went behind the whole citizens of Colquitt County and Moultrie, but more the just the county, and imposed this tax and said you're just going to have to live with it. Period. That's it. If you live in the county, no matter where you live, if you've got a mailbox, you got to pay garbage. Period. That's not very democratic, right? No matter who you are, what you're doing. I don't have garbage. I'm living off the grid. You got a mailbox? Yeah. Now here's the thing. It used to be that if you had a PO box and you didn't have a mailbox, that they would go right by. But now with GPS and all this new stuff, and at the post office, you can get a box, but you gotta have, guess what? An address to go with it. Wait a minute. So you have to have a physical address to get a box, right? Where before you didn't have to. So you could be homeless and have a post office box. But last time I went to get a box like that, they were like, "So, what is your address?" And I was like, "What do you mean, my address? Your home address?" And I was like, "Well, the whole reason I wanted a post office box was I just wanted to get mail anonymously without people knowing where the fuck I live." You know, um, that's the point. And they were like, "No, sorry, got to have your home address to get a post office box." And I thought, well, then they can still track me. So what good's paying for the post office box, right? I just said, screw it. You know, I had to quit being afraid. Like, oh my God, there are people looking at me. They were up to certain points, and having helicopters bust me in the backyard for a couple of bad marijuana plants and going through all that stuff and being paranoid over all these years. And I don't do that anymore, but it has set up paranoia within me, kind of thing. It hasn't been like that, and I don't attract that kind of crowd or whatever. Not that I did it before, but they were a whole lot more sincere with busting people because they were flying low in all kinds of fields and other people. My neighbors were being flown over, and oh my God. And I didn't know at the time that they were being flown over. They actually had something down in the woods. I didn't know that until later. Had talking with my friend. He goes, man, they flew over your house too, didn't they? And I went, yeah. And he goes, I could see them from the hill and where they swooped down. He said, you didn't have nothing back there, did you? No. And he goes, well, I did. And I was like, it was like 6 months later. And I was like, what? You mean they were dipping down over your place over there and all that stuff? And he goes, yeah, I really had some weed down there in the woods. And I was like, well, I didn't. but they still swooped in because they had found it here before. But now they haven't been flying and swooping in a while. I still say it's because that time when they busted me, you know, 4 GBI agents, 3 Concord County Sheriff's Departments, a helicopter with pilot and somebody with glasses and a high-powered rifle pointed at me. Could see him up. Now I know how the Viet Cong felt. I know, standing under a tree going, if you move, I'll shoot you. Like, please don't, please don't. Is it time? Oh, almost. But anyway, so having had all these other feelings that other people have not been exposed to, uh, and trust me, you don't want a helicopter over you with somebody saying, if you move, I'll shoot you. That's just not what you want to hear, right? But anyway, so on this day of Valentine's, and there was the Valentine's Day massacre, and a lot of weird stuff that happened on, like, you know, uh, in history, picking this day, and somehow it's like some kind of, if you do it on this day, it makes the evil worse, or who knows. But for me and for us, I'm sitting here talking about some of this stuff, but I'm talking with it with a light heart, in that, man, these sons of bitches are crazy. you know what? They call me nuts. Oh, buddy, here, let me tell you. So keep your spirits high. And if you're still thinking about gold and silver, you would be better off saving a roll of quarters, because that roll of quarters, it'll still be a quarter. Okay, it'll still have value. If you buy a bunch of silver or something, unless you can get it weighed out and exchange it for the local currency. I'm just saying, these people are trying to drive it. And see, we told you the economy was going so bad. So go out and buy a Bitcoin. Why? Can you, like, get it? Well, yeah, but if you buy a Bitcoin but then you want to get it, then why buy it in the first place? So just go get that money or whatever. Put it in it. Okay, put it in a safety deposit box in the bank. Okay, you could at least get in the bank. Okay, and the money would physically be there and be safe. But if you're going to leave it in, they're going to have it in the vault, and you're going to sign a piece of paper or use your card. Just go in the bank and withdraw some of it, go around the corner and go to your safety deposit box and put it in there and lock it up. You can still get to it. You can still have access to it. It is still being saved. Is there interest on it? No, but you haven't lost it. In case the bank goes down, in case the digits go bye bye, you can still go to the bank with the key and get your reserves out. So if you don't want to put it under the bed, there is always a safety deposit box. And there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of the folks on in the carny business, because they travel from small town to small town, they had money. They would rent a safety deposit box. Like Moultrie was a good town. Up around Tifton was a good, because it was centrally located. Douglas, Georgia, up there. So folks had Wake over around Waycross. Um, but some of these small towns, so they'd put money in the safety deposit box. So whenever they needed cash in the area, they didn't have to have, quote, a bank. They had a bank account because they had the safety deposit box. So back in the day, some of them would leave like $100 in the account, in a savings account, and it would accrue. But they would also have the same or more of money in the safety deposit box for whatever reason, they lost the account number or the little, back then it was just little pieces of paper and a card, right? And that was stamped. And, so um, written into the ledger into banks. But it was a way for them to have money stashed legally back then, up, less than $1,000 or something doesn't have to be recorded. So they would get 4 accounts with $950 in them. And anytime they got more, back then when you could actually get, uh, interest on your money. So when it got above a certain amount, they withdrew a couple $100 and left the money. So when Miss Iveen, when the carnival went down and she retired, they took a trip up here through South Georgia and Alabama and North Florida to all these banks that she had accounts with like $950 in them, and 2 or 3 accounts in one bank in one town, and sometimes 2 or 3 banks in a town with and I talked to her son, and he was like, I had no idea how much money mama had stashed all over the place. But back in them days, if something broke and you were having a bad week and there weren't many people, bad storm, whatever it is, bad for business, and you still had to pay help and get over the road, they could go into these little places and these little treasure houses and pull cash out, have it right there, and be able to pay a mechanic or buy tires or whatever was needed. So uh, we got 5 minutes. Okay. But so anyway, during all this time though, so what I have noticed after all, and that's what they did for years. So, but here's the thing: had she invested it in something that might have went sour after all the years of, like, the carnival had been, defunct for almost 15 years at this time. But going way back before I moved up here to Georgia in 72 ish, I think it was 73, I moved to Georgia. So, and she's had accounts up here back in starting in the 60s, okay? Back when I was coming up here as a teenager. So she invested all these little nest eggs all around where they traveled and had all this money stashed. All she had to do was go get it. So, but like I said, there were certain things that made her money, but here's the thing, in the long run, she didn't lose anything because it was still there. If she bought stocks and they had lost or this, so there's the chance. But here's the thing, she could go get her money whenever she needed it out of those accounts. And she stayed IRS wise under the wire. And because she was a traveling business, coming up here to South Georgia wasn't a big deal because, it was the business territory. So anyway, so there are lots of ways to conserve, quote, make money. If you don't spend it, that penny saved is a penny earned. Uh, I found some change that I'd stuck in a corner, uh, you know, like a piggy bank, but a piggy bank. I've got the change separated, but in different containers. So here's a container of quarters, here's a container of nickels, dimes, pennies. Okay. So, but anyway, so I was like, holy crap, there's there's probably, I don't know, $40 in this little jar of quarters, that just every time I just drop them in the top. Now it's full. I got to get another jar or go do my laundry, which will probably empty the jar. But the money's always there. Okay. It's not out in plain sight. But I remember the day when saved change like that really saved my butt. Kept me from starving and stuff like that. So, even if you just put quarters in a jar, investing in something that you really can't use with other people. That's my point. But I've got these riches and it's valued at, but it's not feasible. So plan like a pioneer. Plan on things that, well, I could see using this in the future. Well, I could see where, well, if I have it in the bank and I do, okay, put it in the bank, put it, but don't have it in digits. Because of all the things that I'm worried about as far as financial stuff, is the fact that even though I just got a card, right? But even though I can get it out anytime I want to go push it in there, what if they all forgot what was actually in there? Is it stolen? Do they steal the money? Or does it just go away? So, yeah, the money's back in the day. It was literally, there were no digits and stuff. There were, you know, transactions that was on teletype type machines and fax kind of stuff. A lot of it was hand delivered, right? I mean, the accounts were written, all right? They had to go get a card with your account and they had to sign it and you signed it and they stamped it when you paid your mortgage, okay? And it was kept in a place where the loans were kept and all, and that's how they knew. Um, but without the paper records, there wouldn't have been a record. Now there are very few paper records because they, guess what? They want everybody to go paperless. And I'm like, no, screw it. Y'all are sending me a piece of paper because I'm saving them. Because if anytime you go, I can go, hang on here. I got a piece of paper that says this right here, and it's got your code on it. Well, I looked the other day and I thought my balance was $300. Now it's only a 150. And wait a minute, but you didn't spend that other $150. Somehow it just disappears. Well, if you don't have a printed record of the damn thing, all this digits and everything can be wiped off really easy. So make them send you a paper copy on just because they owe it to you. They're using your money and stuff. That's how they're in business. Make them use the mail. Make them print a copy to you. Don't, oh, I'm going paperless. Screw it. Let them make them send it to you. Benjamin Franklin were alive, he'd say, proof in the hand is worth two in the bush. Oh, it is 8:21. I thought of getting a metal detector. Yeah, absolutely. They make them with different. That's actually a very good. And um, where you're at, it could be, at least fun. Around here, man, there's stuff you can find, but I save quarters in those big water. Yes. Yep, yep, yep. Here's something I did years ago. Now, this is not a bad idea, but sometimes the bonds aren't good. So, but um, back in the day of savings bonds, so you could buy a U.S. saving bonds. I guess you can still can. So I haven't bought one in a while, but so my friend, depending on, it was a certain percentage of his salary. Okay. So I don't know, at 2%, it was like a $20 savings bond, or at $10, so whatever it was. So, but for then, if he made overtime, then he actually, the percentage. So we'd end up with three bonds instead of normally two, or whatever. But anyway, so he was consistent with it every paycheck. But he had a piece of paper, savings bond, United States savings bond, like a traveler's checking away. So, but it still wasn't cash. But after 5 years, when he cashed him in, whatever the going rate was, he did get a little extra. Not a lot, but In buying the bonds, though, I was like, so you got $10 on the bond. So, but here's the thing, they devalued the bonds way back when. But so here's the thing. So you put $10 in this piece of paper, United States savings bond, ain't nothing wrong with it. It's a good cause kind of thing. And you've got proof. And so after 5 or 10 years, whatever purchase rate you buy it at, but is the bond any good? Do you still have the thing? Did you lose the bond? Now, if I had $100 bill, I would know where that some bitch is. Versus, well, I got a couple of savings bonds. Okay, they're pieces of paper that represent money in the future, because if you trade them in, you're going to have to pay a penalty, right? So you got to leave it there. But now, if you got $100 bill or $10 bill or whatever, it's there, right? So I saw the benefits of, but at the same time, I was like, if I just save $10 a week, well, if I buy a bond and then I can't spend it or whatever, yeah, but sometimes you really need it, you know. That cushion comes in handy. Something breaks down, whatever. But over the many years that I have been saving and learning and failing, I have failed at a few things and lost my ass in money, because they took it away, right? Or charged extra. I mean, they gave me credit card debt, had my credit cards down, paid down to like less than $6,000. And I had 3 or 4 cards, JC Penney card, whatever. But I could make the payments easily with my salary until my ex-old lady charged a bunch of stuff and I went above my limit. And they extended the limit because I was such a good freaking customer. Ooh, look, I've always paid. Yeah, I bought, had charged $2,000 and I only owe you now like $400. Well, wait a minute. I turned around and all of a sudden my card was maxed out. And I was like, no, 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 no. And then because I couldn't make the payments because I lost my job due to NAFTA, because I couldn't make the bigger payment, then they charged me $25 and then an overhead fee. So by the time it was all over, they had charged me like $12,000 on what was originally I owed them $460 or something. I said, screw you guys. Made several payments. I kept up with it. And I said, this is what I owed you. Whatever else is there, it's fraud. You tacked on fees and up my interest rate and all this stuff. No, I ain't paying it. So I made sure I paid the original note back up to that date when they put all these charges on it. And I just ignore them because I paid them. I know in my heart I paid them back, not all this other stuff they created with digits and in their own mind. And then you know what I learned? If you get something in the mail, some LLC was trying to collect on one of them really old debts that I am not paying. And that um oh, I lost my train of thought. Oh, the amount of tax and dealer prep and everything they think they can make you pay. And it's like there are a lot of financial judges at the time who are like, wait a minute. So his balance was $5,000. Yes. And you're bringing a case before us now that says he owes you $28,000. Yes, that's right, Your Honor. Well, but the last purchase he made was like for $50, 5,050, but he now owes you 2,000, 2,800, 28,000 plus dollars. Yes, sir, Your Honor. He's like, no, no. So I was like, 829 or 8 something. Well, anything that gets you out of the house, Richard, and a metal detector, um, and if you choose places to go, like an old battlefield or an old whatever, I mean, if like there are places around here that there used to be old factories, and they used to have a lot of sugar cane. They grew a lot of sugar cane down here in the South back in the day, and they had great big, huge stacks where they made where they uh, would grind the cane and make the syrup, and Cairo, Georgia, the high school is the syrup makers. Okay. Um, Also, it's Roddenberry's pickles, and yes, the folks down in Cairo are related to the Gene Roddenberry, um, um, Roddenberries, by the way. But uh, but you don't see any of that around anymore. But there are places where they had huge factories, and the tons and tons of bricks and smokestacks. I mean, that were like, you know, 400 and 500 and 600 feet in the air, humongous smokestacks. And so there's all kinds of debris that literally date back now, to the late 1800s, if not, like 1840s, 50s in there, when it was really starting to build up down here pre-Civil War. And they, with the slaves, they also brought the sugar cane from Jamaica. They brought slaves, and they brought the sugar cane because the slaves knew how to work the sugar cane because they worked it down in the Bahamas and Cuba and wherever down in there, right? So they brought the sugar cane and they brought the helpers. They stole them, but you could constitutionally not have to pay land taxes, Hawkeye. Nah, ain't even gonna go there. You know why is B? Because when the little guy never wins, never. It's not worth it to keep him out of my stuff. I'm paying that $400 a year and keeping my mouth shut. I just ain't gonna bother because I have tried to beat these sons of bitches over the years, and they always win with interest. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it for me to have the heartache. It's better for me to take $40 a month out of my paycheck and stash it for my taxes, and be done with it. Isby, if you knew how many times in the 40 years that I have been here this year, that I have been round and round with the folks from the property tax business and everything, and the money that I've had to pay in fines and stuff. And sorry, thank you, but constitutionally or not, when you get down to the county level, if they say if you're going to pay the garbage tax, and you go, I don't have to pay it constitutionally, and then they end up, putting a chain across your driveway and posting with the sheriff's department, and they sell your property on the courthouse lawn because you ain't paid it, constitutionally or not, it don't work. I'm sorry. Tried it, been there, done that. Nah, the county says, sorry, no, it's our rule. If you want to stay here in the county, this is what you pay. But, no buts about it. Don't register my deed. I had to register it because it's the law. It has to be registered. Okay? No way around it. Oh, dude, I spoke so many words. And the third time that they charged $1,000 extra tax, county tax, because they had to drive out here, literally threaten me, post a notice, staple it to my back door that says, if you remove this, we're going to throw you in jail. And they tacked on $950 extra charges above and beyond the tax that I owed. 3 times. Last time I said, no more of this. I'm not fighting these sons of bitches. It's just easier to pay $400 a year and be done with it, you know? And there are a lot of other people who are paying a lot more money, and I have to just keep my mouth shut, you know? Dude, my deed has been registered for the last 40 years, period, because you have to be added to the plat of the big map, okay? But yeah, this other stuff, I've listened to him over the years. Isby, I'm telling you, you can say my constitutional rights, but when the county commissioners say you owe this, period, there is no constitutionality. You want to live where I live, then you got to pay it. Or we're going to sell it to somebody and then you can pay them rent or whatever. And we can lock you off your property. We can turn your power off. Sure, fight them all you want to. Right. You know, been there, done that. And just because you say you go into the local folks and say, I have the constitutional right to do this, they all look at each other and go, okay, stand over there. You know, you go sit on the group W bench. Okay. Referring to Alice's restaurant previously. So, but anyway, but I know everybody talks a good one. But I have been through this, and I'm seriously, it is not worth the energy to fight with these sons of bitches, because every time you think you got it, you don't. So, you know, like the old saying go, the 2 things you can really count on is death and taxes, because no matter how you try to get around it and all this other stuff. Now, I did try to turn myself into a nonprofit, and the property, what I would, because of the Little Ochlockonee River Hermitage, I was going to see if I could get that preemptive, but to do the paperwork and to do the LLC and to keep all that paperwork going just to get a tax break wasn't worth it neither. And then when I lost my mental capabilities to try to handle that, and things took a nosedive for me, that didn't become practical either. So, dude, I argued with him. I'm here to tell you. When the big man comes down and the sheriff comes with deputies, and you go, holy crap, pay, but my constitutional rights. Fine, you got constitutional rights, and there's the local law, and you're going to jail. I mean, I'm sorry. I've lived here 40 years. I've been through this. So all these people who sell this thing, when you get right down to it, you see, well, my federal constitutional rights don't mean shit to the county commissioners. No, this is our tax. You're paying it. But my constitution, you want to live in the county? Yes or no? Well, yeah, then pay. Period. That's it. There is no constitutionality about it. That's why I spent $3,000 or $4,000 in the fight long ago. And they got it sewed up legally, you know, because there was a bunch of us that did like a class action suit, and we lost big time, big time. The lawyers won for the county, and we all had to pay thousands of dollars in stuff. So I thank you, but you know, I used to listen to them folks years ago, and but the federal government and this and that, but when you get right down to states' rights and then local, county, and municipal rights, I tried to fight. Colquitt County is one of the worst counties in the state because if your taxes are due, I think it's the 20th of December. If you don't have your taxes paid by the 20th of January, which is only 30 days, if you don't have them paid in full plus a fee by the 20th of January, they send you a done. They give you 30 days to pay up, or they come out and staple that thing on your door. The sheriff does. And they pay them. It's like $200 to come out and staple this piece of paper on your door. And you have to pay that. But that's part of the $950 extra I had to pay besides the tax. So, but because it's a county tax, your federal rights don't mean shit. My constitutional right, you still got to pay your local tax. But nothing. Unless you can prove that you are I've tried it, Isby. I'm here to tell you. You can go through all that shit and lose every time because they are the guys. They are government, you know. I've lost thousands of dollars in my life, and I'm a poor man, to pay these sons of bitches, to try to exercise my constitutional right. Nah, I love you all. But Colquitt County, by the state's own standards, are like one of the meanest counties in the state. If you ain't paid up in 2 months, they will come and get your shit. They are serious. Where there are several counties that'll give you 6 months to pay whatever tax, right? There are some counties, now they were really backlogged, but some of the counties, you could not pay your taxes for 2 years and still get away with it. They wouldn't put a lien against the property or anything like that. Colquitt County, and I called the state. I called the state tax thingy, whatever, the insurance commissioner tax. Anyway, I called Atlanta and talked to folks, and they were like, Mr. No, we are so sorry you live in Colquitt County, but there is nothing we can do because here's the Georgia law. And there is nothing in the Georgia state law about collecting local county taxes that keeps that. There's no time limit. So if they say, if you don't pay your taxes on time period, then you're already subject to fine, which they do. But so, I went through the Georgia law. I went through these folks, right? And I was like, are you serious? And they were like, oh, yeah. So Colquitt County has been fair to middling over the years for me down here, other than the helicopters and shit. But, you know, basically, I've gotten along with folks here in Colquitt County and the neighboring folks. Even in some circles, as I was notorious because of the helicopter incident. Um, the fact that other people like me were still trying to, not have to pay the garbage tax, along with, for example, there's a certain amount of tax that's taken out every year to pay for for the Moultrie city tax, for the recreation tax. Now, I live out here in the county. I'm too old to go in and use any of the facilities, in Moultrie, but there's a bunch of retired folks out here that we all pay a decent amount of our of taxes to the Moultrie Recreation Department. And I'm like, what? Now, like we still pay school taxes, senior or not, we still pay school taxes. You know, oh, we're supposed to get this certain break, but we still pay it. We're all on limited income, but we still have to pay it. So here's the thing, you might as well just put it in your budget. Well, you can argue with them, and then when they come back and staple the thing on the door, and the sheriff says, "Go ahead, I dare you," and you can go, but my constitutional rights, and they haul your ass off to the local county. Sure, that works every time, you know. So, is it criminal? You betcha. Okay. Is it against our quote constitutional rights? Yeah. But you got to pay the local land barons. The king of all says, there is no taxes to me. Y'all are good, right? Way, hooray, right? And then the local, the sheriff of Nottingham said, well, sorry, well, the king doesn't want nothing, but you got to pay me. But the king said, that's the king. Well, if I lived over there, well, then go live over there. Well, but you want to stay in my kingdom? This is what it cost. Isby, I reached that point several years ago here with this property, and I'm so glad I complied. You know why? Because in the long run, it's a small price to pay for them to leave me alone down here. If the more I put up a fight, the more they picked on me. Okay. But my constitutional, I'll die before. Look, if I had done that 20 years ago when I was having a lot of problems, um, I wouldn't be living here. So I pay my yearly taxes and I keep my big mouth shut because I want to live here. I don't want to move. There are very few places like this with a river in my backyard. I'm sorry, but no. So if I have to pay the land barons for the privilege to live here, I can fight, bitch, and whatever. They're still going to win. They are still going to win. So I just rather. Yeah, well, I've been to the county commissioners and stuff over the years here, Isby, and the way they have it set up, and the way the Georgia law is, they got it sewed up. They are not outside their bounds. Now, are they the worst county in the state as far as collection and this and that? Oh yeah. So for all the people who try to litigate, they all end up paying extra. So it's just much cheaper to save money every month and pay them, you know. But my constant, no, sorry, but okay. Now there may be like in Florida, they don't have land tax, right? So I could move, south and move into Florida, but I don't want to move into Florida. So the state of Georgia has state income tax. I don't have to pay that, but there are these other things. So if I want to live in the state of Georgia, fight all I want to. I'm done fighting. The easiest thing to do is just pay up. You know, did they win? Okay, but I look at also in that if I'm paying rent to whomever for the rights to stay here without them coming down here and messing with me, it's well worth it. It's worth $400 a year. You know what I mean? To keep them from keeping their nose in and wanting to come down here and send or whatever. So, is it right? Is it justice? Is it constitutional? Probably not. But I have been through that. It isn't worth it. So, and I'm 3 times my property's been up to the county for sale 3 times. Don't tell me I ain't been through this and tried to help. And somebody else somewhere, okie dokie. But my nose to nose and talk, I was ready to grab this one county commissioner around the throat and threaten his life, along with about 50 other people, for what they did with the garbage tax and stuff. You know, but because of law and because they're right on the local level to impose these what fees, as they called them, instead of taxes. So it's not really a garbage tax; it's a fee. Well, if you want to live in Colquitt County, the fee is pay this. But doesn't matter. It's a fee because that's how they got away with. We said it's a trash tax, and they went, no, it's a fee. If you have a mailbox, you get mail, you have a residence, it's a fee. Period. Fight it all you want to. We all lost that one. So, all this constitutional stuff, because it's a fee to live within a certain area and it's not a tax, you don't have to pay it, but then they can come get your shit. That's how it is. That's reality. That's real life. Been there. A lot of us have. So before you say I will die to stand up for my rights, I almost did. I had a high-powered rifle, pointed at me. And that standing up for your rights business can, honest to God, get you killed. I'm glad that for now my compliance is I pay my tax, my county tax, right? And that keeps me on my hair. It's sort of like paying the cops to look the other way. Okay, if that's what you got to do to live in the neighborhood, and how much is it? Well, it's $40 a month for you, Mister Dave. You pay us this much, you're safe. I kind of look at it like that. Are they mafia? Yeah, but I gotta say, the roads in Colquitt County are always kept up. But if any trees or anything come down or whatever, they're always cleaned up. They always maintain things. So in the grand scheme of things, uh, you know, um, part of the road that you drove on, Isby, was, clay. And when it rained, you couldn't get around that curve, as you go around the curve and down to the stop sign before you turn into Thomasville, you couldn't get around that curve. Folks would get stuck up on that curve all the time. It was nasty. And it's all paved and kept, and, a lot to be said for that, you know. Oh, but my rights as a citizen and all that. Yeah, okay. But then there's also my responsibility as a citizen. Okay. So when I see that the county is keeping my roads up, if a couple of years ago, I needed a load of dirt on the top of the driveway because it washed down. They brought a big dump truck load of dirt down there and dumped it right in the driveway. Now I couldn't get down the driveway till I moved the dirt, which was a pain in the ass. But I had to shovel it all myself. But to the point though, they brought it for free, and they have maintained the ditches and so forth. So I have no argument with the county. Anytime I've ever needed something from the county, they have come out and taken care of it at the driveway and stuff. Uh, one of the counties, something's broke the edge of my driveway and shortened my driveway by 3 feet, the width. I called them up and said, hey, and they came out and fixed it. No charge. That's part of my taxes. So I look at taxes as sort of like, $1,500 a year goes at least of my income, never gets to me because it goes to Medicare. And so it's like, okay, but I'm paying into the system. So in the same way, I could bitch, I want my money, I don't want this thing, I blah, blah, blah. And ain't won that one either. Well, you can get your money and all this. No, you really can't. You got to have one. Or the Social Security, like, we'll hold up your checks. But anyway, so is that legal or right? No. But here's the thing, you have to realize there's, quote, the law and your legal rights, and then there are local fees. And if you want to live here, if the privilege to live here is going to cost you this, is it constitutional or whatever? No, but in the long run, because the way has society has changed, you have to pay a fee for every thing. Now I know that property, there is no property tax down in Florida and other places. For the privilege of me to live on a river here in Georgia, these are the fees I got to pay. I After all these years of bitching and complaining, I understand the bigger picture, and I'm good with it. Oh, but you could do this. I'm good with it. I'm good with it. I have fought it. It's not worth my effort. Shouldn't have conditionally led them. I checked over the tables down at the synagogue first time I ever walked. You're doing it right, Hawkeye. Pay your taxes. Swear and curse them under the breath. It's not worth. Not anymore, Richard. After 40 years of fighting for this place, and every time, because see, I went back a couple of years ago, and I literally drug them down here to my property because my 18 acres, 18 and a half ish, but my full 18 acres is like they have it um, appraised at $2,000 an acre. But here's the thing, $2,000 an acre appraised land is high, dry, high quality farmland, not swamp. So when I brought the guy down here and he looked and he appraised it, I said, we can walk through the mud if you want to. But I said, and where the hill comes down, there is a visible drop all along back here, all the way down. And it's kind of sort of natural where they plowed it for so many years. And it was the edge of the field. And where the edge of the field came down, now it drops down into the floodplain. Okay. It has never come close to the top of that ridge, as I call it. But anyway, so he went in the backyard and looked and went, holy crap. And he goes, this ain't worth $2,000 an acre. And I said, thank you. So appraise it. So my taxes went in half and I was 18. So then I was like, everything's groovy, right? So I went down there, they took pictures, it was all legit. The next year, my taxes, I get them and I'm like, doodly doodly doo. And I look at them, I went, what? $465. It was 205 last year or 225 or something. I was a little over $200. I was like, I can pay this, okay. But then it more than doubled. So I got on the phone. I called him. I said, what the hell's up with this? And I looked down here and I said, how did you guys reappraise my property? It's still a swamp. How can it be worth last year appropriately 650 or so an acre? I'm good with that, um, in this day and age. And I got a river in the backyard, but you can't really develop it because it's a floodplain. It floods all the time when it rains good. So no, you can't plow it. You can put trees on it or whatever, but it's still a floodplain. But how did you guys arrive? Well, somebody new in the county went through the records and thought it was a mistake. So they went back, skipped that last year, went back to the previous 3 or 4 years when they had been overcharging me the whole time. And I wasn't paying attention. And then when I did, and I called them on it, they fixed it. And then now, so they said, well, you can't make a complaint until next spring. And I'm like, what? This is September. You guys can change this shit. No, 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 no. You only have a couple of months in the spring of every year to contest your taxes. What? Yeah, and if you miss the deadline, you can bitch and jump up and down all you want to. The law says, rules are, you've got till the end of like April or the 1st of May, and if you don't make a complaint about your taxes before that date, nothing can be done till the next year. Period. There you go. And I was like, well, screw this. So I had to pay that. So I went down the last time. They were supposed to come out. And I called them and told them, well, we didn't see the need to come out and reevaluate the play. They made up this excuse. And I said, well, wait a minute, but I got to you before the due date. They made it up an excuse anyway and said, well, we're just going to have to let it slide because no one came out to your place and took pictures. I was like, look, bitch, I'll take pictures and bring them to you. You can look at Google Earth. I'll show you the bitch in the backyard and where it's nothing but swamp. You don't have to come out here. Just take a look at Google Earth. But here's the thing. This year, when it came up, I started into the whole process again. Now, here's the thing. They don't know I'm working on this porch. I'm trying an experimental method of laying block and concrete. Now, if they come down here, then they're going to make me want to get a permit to build it. Okay. So it's going to cost me a lot more if I go contest this and they come down here and go, "Ooh, where's your building permit?" What? Well, how long you been doing this? What? Where's your this and where's your that? And then I got to pay you this. And then they're going to check on it all the time. So what's easiest thing to do? Pay the $400. And then they actually dropped it. It was like $375. And I was like, okay, you know, to pay rent here to not get messed with and have any of them macho government guys want to mess with your life. Okay, if that's what you gotta pay. Don't like it, argued about it, but here's the deal. It's a lot worse in other places. I'm lucky it's that cheap. My granddaughter was like, Pops, up there in Connecticut, it would be like 4,500 or $5,000 or more. And you got 18 acres, yeah, that could be like, you know, a, a $15,000 worth of taxes. What? Yeah. Oh my, I'll shut up. You know, 375. I'm going to shut up. Everywhere, everybody's got to pay the master. And all our argument, in my heart, I'm still a free man. And I have tested it over the years. And to be a free man, I'm free to not pay it and go through the hassle again. Or I'm actually freer in just accepting this is the way it is. I'm actually freer because I don't worry about it anymore. I've got my little stash for my tax money. I have stopped fighting in my head because I've had all these losses in the past, and I choose just keep it quiet, keep it simple. And if paying $400 a year keeps it simple for me with all of the above, I'm good. I'm good with it. I'm good with it. Now, there are some people who should argue, but for my little pittance and stuff over the years, like I said, when I get my porch finished and whatever, I'll have them come back down and reevaluate and go, you guys have been overcharging me for a while. I know you can't pay me back, but you need to fix this. And I will stay on them. Right now, I don't want them down here looking because by law, they can come down here anytime they want to appraise my property because they are state licensed. And I don't like that shit neither. But if I keep everything quiet, pay off the man, that's that's like real reality. Hey Delaney, how are you? They have the right to say no. Oh, I've said no so many times, and when you say no to the judge and you're in handcuffs, you know, the reality sets in. Go ahead, fight this king. Off his head, but I'm my constitutional rights. Yeah, okay, bye. Off his head. And you realize that that guillotine is real. Guillotine. Guillotine, my friends, learn a little bit of French. Guillotine. For some reason, as a kid, I was fascinated with the guillotine. I even made a replica with balsa wood and a real blade and stuff. And it was like, well, they chop people's heads off. And I was like, oh, but that was fascinated by the mechanism, you know? And well, what are you going to do with that scale model, son? You're going to chop your finger off with it? Ha ha ha, And I was like, I, and then when I kind of really understood that it chopped people's heads off with squirting blood and all this, I was like, yeah, my my interest in guillotines kind of wavered. But there was just something about the simple mechanics of it. Still to this day, it's like one of the simplest devices. There is no missing. It's like straight shot every time. Okay, but anyway, efficiency. um, but so with the mechanics of government over the years, uh, I can buy it from you at the 80%. ESP, it's already valuable to me. I don't want it to be valuable to anybody else because then somebody else will want it. I don't want them to pay attention. This is paradise down here for us. And you're welcome here. My neighbors, they have 20 acres over there ish, right at 20 acres. So between us, we got 40 acres of swampland. And, there's some wild and woolly places back there. But Sheila was on earlier, and she was on early one morning when I was up late. And, I really want to make trails and want to make a trail back through the back over to their place. And used to have sort of a trail down there instead of having to go out on the road or cross over to the neighbor's place or, and just have um, your land wouldn't. Well, here's something else that the old timers did. But when I bought this place, I knew that I was renting it from the first moment I said I'd do to this place. He was a really cool Mother Earth kind of guy. We signed a contract on a napkin, okay, and shook hands and stuck to it. But then later on, a couple of years later, got transferred to a bank. But he gave me a start. He gave me a chance to pioneer and dig my own well and stick it out here. But anyway, so I've known for a long time that I'm just renting this place. I am the caretaker. So my future stuff that I have talked about before, grandchildren, family, and all that, was I wanted somebody that was going to take care of the place and love it like I love it, like my neighbor does. They love their spot over here on the swamp. Even when the river floods and they literally have to wade to get to their house, it's happened a few times. I mean, they're right on the little creek that runs across my property. So we share the same creek. The creek that runs by their house empties onto the river in the back, right in the middle of my property. I mean, literally, there's a steel stake up there. So, but for me, Isby, it's not worth it because I'm paying to keep them off my property. The owning of the property, I've always, understand this is, but you've been here and you've met me, but I've always known that whatever price I pay in taxes or the value when I purchased it, right? You got to acquire it some way, right? And so I, blood, sweat, and tears, almost lost it a few times to the bank, almost lost it to the county 3 times. Have blood, sweat, and tears have been all these different angles and stuff, and I ended up paying them anyway. So the simple thing, and from my Native American point of view, how do I validate this? I validate it because I leave the property the way it is. I don't try to overvalue it. I have made a solemn oath to the property that as long as I lived and anyone as my, back when 40 years ago and spry and spunk, well, I'm going to pass it on. Well, I've seriously looked into trying to make this like a sanctuary, a true nonprofit kind of deal. But you got to jump through so many hoops and the nonprofit thing and all this. I got swamped with it. I had some folks back when who were interested in it. And that's why I put the sign at the top of the driveway, the little Ochlockonee River Hermitage, right? So my purpose was, to try to establish this as a preserve, if nothing else, but 18 acres worth of, this small area here. And I will grant you access to the river where most people have never seen the little Ochlockonee River, especially walked it or sat on it or whatever. So it's a special piece of nature that very few people have the liberty to be able to experience it. And I'm not trying to build it up. It's the truth. I've got trees down there that are 200-year-old pine trees. How do I know they're 200 years old? Because I've been here for 40 years and they're still here. And they were huge 40 years ago. So, I was told they were 100, 125-year-old trees 40 years ago. Okay. So, but as a Native American myself with bloodlines, how do I work within the system and still maintain my rights? Well, my rights are to keep the property as they are. So if I have to pay someone to leave it alone, okay. I mean, yeah, all the rights and God said and all that, but reality says that there are really big, powerful people. And when they say they own something, just pay them. Just go ahead. Just now, when it gets exorbitant, and I've been there too. So, but anyway, but in my lifetime, I'm hoping that when I go, that there will be someone who will carry on my tradition of being the caretaker of this portion of the river, this property. My next door neighbor is. So there are two different households that think together to preserve 40 acres of this swampland down the river. You know, uh, that's a cool thing. So whoever takes over for me then must understand that it ain't just getting the land. I'm hoping you understand that it means you're the caretaker now. You're going to accept this, not just buy it or you get it, but when you do, you have to understand that you accept not clear cut the trees, not doing this. You accept to leave it as natural as possible. You can make improvements, there's selective cutting, but you're going to leave it alone. That's the deal. Otherwise, you can't have it. If you want to go clear cut it and do all this other stuff, sorry, you can't have it. You know, I would rather give it to the state as a preserve and or something like that. But I think I pretty much got that part taken care of. But in my own personal beliefs, so to know that somebody will do just that, whether it's my friend over here or my next door neighbor, my granddaughter comes up, or all of the above, they will help take care and preserve this area. I'm cool with that. but we're all going to have to pay the taxes. We're going to have to pay the ferryman. We're going to, however you want to look at it. So, and in this day and age, it's just more wise to just plan on it and go with it and keep your head down. Because the more you bitch and complain, the more trouble they make for you. But anyway, Isby, thank you. I know all of that stuff. I have been through all of that, Isby. I love you, my brother, but I am not going back through it again. Not when it's easier to just at the moment go with the flow. Me too. But here's the thing: if I want to live in a state park, okay. Now for me, I am my own state park, right? Me and the neighbors, not especially. But me and the state park. So yeah, you can do primitive camping out there in the back, but this is how much it costs you. Okay, we know it's primitive camping, but there's still a fee. So everything's about a fee these days. And so taxes, fee, however you want to put it, I'd rather just go ahead and it's a user fee. Okay. But it's my property. I know. But to keep him from wanting to run over it and everything, I'll pay the user fee. Because for the state of Georgia, they think they're special. Okay. I mean, seriously. And so here's the thing is if I pay my user fee, I'm not enslaved. I can do whatever I want to down here. If they drive down the driveway, well, but they nobody comes down here to mess with me with what I'm doing. So I'm not enslaved. But I got to pay a tax. Yeah, well, under the grand scheme of things, and how bad it went for the Native American before, and I'm going to pay my user fee. And but I still have control over the place. I still plant or burn or cut or whatever. I still have control over the place. So I'm not enslaved, but I do have to like play the game. So my taxes for me is the fee to keep the mafia out. But I still get to do what I want to down here. I've been building and cleaning and doing the stuff. And but as long as I pay my stuff, they don't with me. So I got to pay the mafia. Okay. But I still have control over here of what I build or do or trails or whatever. And, I still have complete control of that. So I got 18 and a half acres that is my kingdom. And with over 1,000 feet of riverbank, how many people have 1,000 feet of river, more or less, in their backyard? So the privilege, all of the above, yeah. So after this 40 years, I'm here to tell you, with all the other fighting and all the other arguments with the state and the county. I mean, when I got busted with the helicopters, they had passed a law that they could, throw me off the property and take my property. And it was like, oh boy, that was a biggie. The state of Georgia is cracking down on marijuana being grown in the woods and stuff. I just happened to get caught, with a helicopter. Holy crap, with 6 plants. Like I say, the governor was not happy, and the flying quit over the next couple of years after that. But to the point, though, um, I haven't given up anything. I have turned my bitching into I want the privilege, whatever these guys have, and up to this point, it's been nominal for me. The privilege to continue to live here And as long as y'all don't come down my driveway and I get to do what I want in my backyard or here, I'm good with that. I really am, you know, because it's so different in a lot of other places. So if it was $40,000 a year or something, I mean, you know, it was, if it was $4,000 a year, I would be like, what? But at 400, it, these days, it ain't worth it. So, hey, Richard, yeah, there is, yeah, it, honestly, you know, because I was always worried about it. Something was always in a litigation. There was always somebody was going to do something. You're absolutely right. My ulcers were so bad that when, I think it was 2 years ago, when I had made up my mind after all these years of fighting and fussing, I just said, Dave, you're just going to save the money up and you're going to have it. Because my issue was my finances were such that I was, you know, broke at the end of the month, every month. And that ain't, it ain't like that no more. Because I've learned to, you know, pinch pennies even better, and I still have what I need and what I want. So, you know, change of venue up here in the head. And um, I'm not a rich man, but I got what I need. I'm a rich man because I've paid my taxes and I don't have to worry about it. And I've got my kingdom of 18 and a half acres adjoining my neighbor's 20 acres. Oh my God. You know, freedom to leave it alone and to make trails and, you know, to get down there and, oh my God, the deer back there and their geese, there are turkey all over the place down there. I mean, just, you know, so, um, and it's sort of like if you want to go hunting, you pay, you know, you buy a license, you know. So I have changed my view of taxes, and I'm just, I'm paying a fee for them to leave me alone. And I have become very comfortable with it, you know, and especially after all I've been through. So as long as it don't go up and they still leave me, they leave me alone, I'm just going to let it ride. You know, I'm already saving up for this next year's tax. And when I finish my porch, then I'm gonna have them come back down here and reevaluate the place, you know, and see if I can't get a break because the swamp ain't worth $2,000 an acre. But here's the thing: if I were to personally sell this place, I would make the river the key point, right? Because yeah, there's, you know, some bottom land down there, but it's got a river on it. It's not a creek. Now, it ain't much bigger than a creek in places, but neither is the Oclockney up here, you know. And the fact that it's on the map as a river, and what? It's in your backyard? Yeah. And it's part of a wetland? Yeah. As I was walking down the driveway the other day, I thought to myself, looking down the driveway and over this, you know, and I was like, you know, I still have the privilege of keeping an eye on this wetland. My next door neighbor feels the same way I do. Where this side of me over here, my neighbor went all the way down to the thing and he cut it all down, and there's a few pine trees and it's naked, you know. Um, but then it goes back to woods on the other side of his place. So can't nothing really live out there. No wildlife can really live there because there are no small bushes or trees. There are no small birds, and you know, I mean, so on either side of his field of like 20 acre field, we got woods on either side. So he gets to shoot at the deer that cross because there ain't nothing there for him to eat. You know, deer are foragers and so forth. So they forage on the river coming down the river, or I'm sorry, up the river, cross it onto my property, you know, where they forage going on up the river. But they don't stand out in that field, you know, because there's nothing out there for them to eat. So, but anyway, so how people look at it, and they're, you know, is be Uh, I want to be somewhere where you're at, so won't have to watch a lot of people die. Yep. Well, but it'd be the and going out like today at the store and just hanging around and doing a few things and meeting people and waving, how you doing, and talking. And the lady at the store, I was like, I said, I got this pillow. And I said, last time I was in here, I brought a pillow up here. And I said, to get my groceries out, I sat it up over here on the thing. She goes, you're the one that left the pillow. And I went, oh, so you remember me? I was like, yeah, it was me. You know, I said, did I pay for it or not? She goes, no, you didn't pay for it. You put it up there to put your groceries. So I told her before she remembered me, I said, ma'am, I'm putting this pillow over here. And remind me to get it because I left it the last time. And so we both laughed and had conversation. And, other people in the store are interacting with each other and her remembering me leave the pillow. I was like, what? So my point to that is that not everybody's dead. There are places where there are folks who are just, I get it, they're zombified, but not everywhere is like that. And so although there is a lot of it, the whole world ain't it? So I'm yeah, there are still crazy people. There are still some folks who were hunkered down with masks like this today. And I looked over and there were some other people that had no mask and they kind of looked over and went, but they were like hunkered down and staying away from people. Um, you know, they are not aware that that doesn't do any good and hiding and all that kind of stuff. And oh, by the way, I found out today, actually, well, yeah, it was today, I think, or late last night after the Super Bowl, which was, um, I was really rooting for Cincinnati, because I was born in Cincinnati. But besides that, um, I forgot what I was going to talk about. Well, I think in the long run, it's the same as I'm looking at dead people, even though they are alive. Yep, I understand. That was sort of what I was talking about. But I have seen it change these last few months. There are some people who are like, they're going along because they're not sure, you know, but nobody's like worried about it because the state of Georgia passed a law that, you enter wherever you go into that's a public place, you enter as at your own risk. So if you catch something when you go in the store, it's your fault. Okay. So if I go in without a mask or whatever and I get sick, it's my fault, not anybody's. So I thought that was a smart move by the state. So it's like, and my dear friend who's in public schools, like the teacher said, you're going to put on a mask. And three or four of them said, no, he ain't, because it's not mandated. And sorry, but no, yay team, you know? But anyway, but I think in the long run, though, I think the good's actually winning because as much as they tried to gnaw at everybody, I think the percentage is down to like maybe a third of the people I've met are kind of like still really jammed in there, and they probably might stay jammed in there, but where it was closer to like half of the around here, where a half to maybe 65% of the people around here were like masking and doing and freaking. And now it's substantially less. And the people who aren't wearing masks are not freaked out. There are people in the stores, they're going into restaurants, there are places opening back up. There is like okie dokie. And when you talk to folks or see people, they're not acting or afraid or whatever. Now there are the ones that are, are driving around with their mask on still, but all in all, I would say, you know, that 2/3 are has it's a you know 2/3 of the folks are in better shape than they were. So I think that's a positive. Now there's still lots of places them folks down under and other places. Oh my God! But around here, it's like very tolerable. Ain't nobody making us do nothing. Okay, I pay my taxes, but if I buy gasoline, I pay road tax. If I buy tires, I pay tax to the state, you know. So anything I buy, purchase, or otherwise occupy, got to pay the fee, you know. I hate it. If I want a driver's license, I got to go pay the fee. Well, it says that every person has the right and that you really don't need a driver's license and all that. Yeah, have that argument when the cop stops you. They'll take your ass to jail and fine you. That's that. So, but the oppression by the man and our acceptance and giving in. Well, there's certain what's that saying? Um pick this something with which to die on. In other words, if you want to commit suicide, you know, here's a good day to do it. But in the long run, though, of things, though, um, as the old timers taught me over the years, son, there's some things you fight, and there's some things you just have to put up with. Well, what about this? Well, son, that's one of them things you just don't fight. Now, see, back in the day when there were a lot of moonshiners around here, and one just lived up the road, I knew her. She made some of the best rye whiskey, they said, that anybody had ever tasted around here, around Hartsfield in this area. But so for a long time, she stayed under the weather, under the radar, and she was in her 60s when they busted her making moonshine, okay? She was like my age, and they busted her for moonshine and making rye whiskey in the backyard kind of thing because her husband was a drunkard. She couldn't afford it. So she made his whiskey and a little extra. And then folks got wind of it, and she was making a tiny little sum on the side and keep her, instead of spending money, she was making some. But the county didn't care. She was, some of them deputies and the sheriff liked her whiskey. And because she was keeping it low key and there wasn't a lot of traffic and all that kind of stuff. But then the revenuers found out, some wise ass, and they busted her. And people in the county were pissed off because it was really good home liquor. So, there are those folks, so it's against the law to do this. And then sometimes there are those folks that you don't even have to pay them to pay them off because they just want some of what you got. You know, if you got a good product or whatever, there were some folks that got busted with some marijuana. It never made it to property. And I mean, like it was several pounds back in the day. And there were some really happy, smiling deputy sheriffs and they busted him. But then since there wasn't anything in property, couldn't prosecute him. Evidence went out, got thrown out of court, and then somewhere along the line, I think they got a little bit of money out of the deal. And some of the sheriff's deputies, and at one time it could have been a little bit of the sheriff. He knew what was going on, maybe been getting a cut, had been sheriff like for 30 years, knew everybody, knew me, which was like, what? But anyway, so Sheriff D.H. Alderman, and he was like Buford Pusser back in the day. Only brave have no, chicken garlic smashed potatoes. Oh my God. Yeah, I need to go make supper. I've been here 3 hours and 14 minutes. Um, oh, we already passed another 20. Um, but anyway, here I am. But I understand it'd be, but when you're in Rome, you got to do like the Romans, and if the Romans say do this, then otherwise they're going to just cut you off. But and I mean no disrespect, but with all the stuff I've been through, happy Valentine's, everybody. Sometimes it's not giving in, it's just the smartest thing to do. You know, well, they don't have the right. Well, okay, but if you don't, do you want to suffer the consequences? Really? Honestly? Well, but I got it. But let's just be loving and understand that sometimes you just got to pay the piper. You know, you got your computer. Good for you, Susie. How can we be trillions of dollars in debt and still pay well, that's a good one. And see, that's one of the things that way I would agree with you on. When I was talking earlier about money and savings and stuff, the old adage that Ben Franklin supposedly said, a penny saved is a penny earned. I still have pennies that are, 60, 70 years old, 40s and 50s at least. uh, I got pennies older than me, but they're still worth a penny. They haven't decreased in value. Well, inflation, and they're not worth, okay, you can go through that all day. But the value is it's still a penny. You know, the quarters and nickels and dimes that I saved over the years, they are still worth a quarter, a nickel, and a dime. Okay. Yeah, they might be, a real nickel versus some of these stuff that got out now. But to the point though, um, it's still a quarter. Well, the quarter's worth less now than it was. Okay, when I was a kid, for a quarter, you could get a pile of candy. Okay, for a quarter, you could get a loaf of bread, a half a gallon of milk, and a crap load of candy. Wait, yeah, because a loaf of bread was a dime and a penny tax. It was 11 cents. And if Granny sent me to the store right up the street, if she sent me up to the store to get bread, and if she gave me 15 cents, I got 4 cents. Well, you could get these Kit Kats. You could get two of these pieces of candy for a penny that were 2 for 1. So you could, for 4 cents, I get 8 pieces of candy, you know. So that 15 cents. So a quarter? Oh my God. A quarter, you were rich. So, but nowadays, it takes 4 quarters to make anything. But whether what you can get with a quarter, of course, that's different, but it's still a quarter, you know. Well, inflation, okay, but it's still worth a quarter. So, in my looking at all of this in the long run after these 69 and a half years, I realized that it's better to have the quarter, regardless of what its value is, than to bitch about what I could have had or to get silver or gold or something and not be able to trade it in or use it or whatever. But I can always use a nickel, dime, or quarter almost anywhere I go. So it still has value no matter how old the coin is. So a penny saved is a penny earned. All of this other stuff, just be practical. That's all. The canned food that I've got that's a couple of years old, the people are like, you can't eat that. It's only supposed to be good for. But that's the point. It's old cans, but I opened them and they're still good. But you can't eat them. Well, I don't know. I've eaten several of them. Some of it raw. Taste it. Is it blah blah blah? Is there any cans? It doesn't taste like the can, and it's been there 15 years. You know what? Yeah. So people be throwing stuff out when you know um, good can if it's canned well and it's put up well, it will last a long time without going to all this fuss and muss about all this freeze dried and this dried. Not cans will last a long time if you take care of them. I've got some cans that weren't taken care of, and there's still the food's still good in them. So I had found some cans that had been in the flood, and I was like, "What?" But the cans aren't punctured or anything. And what's in them is still good. And some of these cans are 20 years old. So this idea that no, you can't do it and you have to throw them out and all that, bananas. You would if you can't can it, and it's called canning and how they process it, seal it, and everything. If you don't open it, it's still good. But I noticed on the shelves locally, there's a lot of stuff missing. Couldn't find any mustard. So mean Mr. Mustard sleeps in the parking lot. He's a go-getter. Sleeps in a hole in the road. All enough to buy some clothes. Da, la, 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 la. He's a dirty old man. Mean Mr. Mustard. Anyway, night, Susie. Good night, everybody. I'm going to get out of here too. I just stopped in here to wish everybody a happy Valentine's and got off on all these other topics. But a lot of my um, my views and things were changed, and I'm being honest about this because in my talking with elders, Native American elders and local elders, they're like, either you become so powerful that you get away with not paying because you are so powerful, or that you keep your mouth shut and, you know, pay your 10% to the church kind of thing. This is your tithe. Okay. But if your heart is true with what you're doing, like for me in the property, I want to preserve it, not turn it into my neighbors over there, the other neighbor. Then from some of the elders that I talked about this, and they were like, we know in our hearts what's right. And do you want to protect the land? Yes. Okay. Well, then that's when they taught me, well, then this is the protection fee. What? Yeah, you pay this band of Indians. They come into your camp and go, hey, look, you give us a horse and some of those pelts you got over there, and we won't raid your camp. So they go, okay, here's this. And all right, hey, we got this old lady over here. Can you use her? Nah, we'll. So there are, even in native camps, and even there are always somebody who wants to be more powerful. And the best thing to do is you can't fight them all, or you really will get killed. So, but for me, it was always I was a belligerent some bitch, okay? And they were like, you can be belligerent all day long and get yourself killed, or lose what you're fighting for, or you can preserve it by playing along with the game and keeping your head down and not making waves so that you can. I'm still here on the property. So for 40 years after all this, I'm still here. It's still, quote, mine. I know that I don't own it. I'm just paying rent. I've understood this for 40 years. So I'm good with it. But I wasn't good with it for a long time. So, but anyway, so, understand that some fights are worth it and some fights ain't, you know, and whether you say, see, for me, I know what my reason is. I'm paying the man to protect the place, keep them off of here. Is it right, wrong? Doesn't matter. Out west in the day, if you wanted water or you wanted to be able to, water your cattle or whatever, livestock or whatever, and you didn't have water rights and the other guy did, was it fair? No, but you paid the guy and whatever. The water wars in the west, they're still having water wars. Lake Powell's going to dry up, and then poor son of a guns that are growing crops where they ain't supposed to be growing with all that water they waste out there. If folks in Georgia use as much water as them folks do out there, they would be like, what? It's horrible. bad farming practices have turned Lake Powell, right? Hoover Dam. But anyway, so my dear friends, keep up the good work. Um, the right thing to do for me was to pay the fee so I could keep the place and still keep what control I have over the place. It's not like I'm, you know, but nobody's clear cutting trees. Nobody's cutting roads through, and there are deer and wildlife and stuff here. And that's what's important to me. So, fighting for something was not worth the fight when the fight meant that I was going to lose it, and almost lost it 5 times here over my 40 years. It's so much better just to know that it's here as long as I pay my dues. I'm good with it. I'm so good with it. Because in this day and time, with all the other rules and regs and stuff, I look at other people, and I've seen other people lose their houses and things, and 25 years of paying mortgage and lose their house. Nice house, 3-bedroom brick with a garage and a back patio, and I don't know, like 3/4 of an acre or maybe an acre. But in a nice area. Um, so now they're living in a trailer. I ain't living in a trailer yet, but as far as down the, I've lived in a trailer. I lived in a trailer when I first started homesteading here. So, but the idea that I would have to go back down, give up your house, Dave, and go live in this little trailer over here, falling through the floor and blah 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 blah. I'm like, nah. So, but for the privilege of being able to still be here after all these years, um, I did get stoned. Is it 8:45? Oh my God! Wait, what? It's 9. Holy crap! It's been 3 hours. I got stoned. No one, no wonder I'm hungry. It's 9:45. I done sat here and got stoned and got one tracked. But my dear friends, keep up the good work. Um, you know, like I said, there are things that I've stood up for, and like going down there, and even though I had to do it on their terms, to go down there and make them do a written thing and make them come out and reappraise my property. So now I let that go by the last year because I'm building the porch, and I don't want them seeing what I'm doing. They will make me tear it out. Okay, ain't going there. So I'm paying, because if I complained about my taxes, then they'd come down here and get me for code violation, for not having a building permit. Well, but it's my own private property. I know, but the state law requires. Now, wait a minute, but wait, no, now the state's telling them that I got to have a permit to build anything, right? Uh, so I would pay more in fees for the building permit than I would for my taxes. There's a trade off. So, but anyway, don't tell anybody, right? But it ain't that much work. But to the point, though, um, you know, sometimes I feel like I'm getting a deal, you know, that they're not down here and going, hey, what you doing? What are you doing there? And no, you ain't. So here's to all the lovely people out there. Um, shamalama ding dong, y'all. We've made it to the 14th. We're almost to the 15th of February. And ET said that we were going to have this energy shift come by now. We're still waiting. But I ain't going to jump up and down and scream and point a finger and go, you swore, which some of them did, kind of, sort of. I ain't going to hold it to them because stuff happens, you know. I've been, quote, disappointed before, you know what I mean? But I do know there are things going on out there. Oh my God. Was it last night or the other night? Well, it was raining and cloudy, but then was it last night? Looking out to the south, and last 2 winters, because it's more clear and everything in the wintertime, there's this twinkling, looks like a I always get it wrong, you know, pointed at both ends, you know, upside down pyramids. Um, but anyway, really bright and twinkly just south of me. And I've been watching, and it's been really quiet. Last night, this thing was so bright. I was out early this morning and saw Venus come up. And the thing that was low in the sky last night was 3 times as bright as Venus. Okay. And Venus is pretty big up in the sky. And I was like, what? That thing was twinkling and doing this thing. And there's Venus, this big. Well, it was at least 2, easily 3, the size of Venus that was twinkling south of me. And which I've said, you know, I have plotted it, GPS and maps and stuff, and it's over the ocean. But oh my God, it was bright. I mean, like a searchlight bright. Whoa, it was crazy. So I'm going to go out here in a little bit and go look at it as well. But it was down so low to the grounds, and I couldn't get a clear shot. You're totally stoned too? Yeah. Yeah. Everybody must get stoned. I stone you when you're playing your guitar. I stone you when you I stone you when you feel so all alone. Because everybody must get stoned. Ow. Anyway, uh yeah, it would be due south of me is Tallahassee's a little more to the west, southwest, southwest. But this was a little more southeast of me, but bright. I mean, it was hugely bright. I was like freaking out, but I couldn't get a good shot through the trees. But all I could see was I could like go between. It'd be like looking at something and your finger's in the way. So you know, the finger, it was always in the way. But this thing was really bright. So ET's out there and floating around again, or you know, but are being easily seen, in my humble opinion, because you know, and they were showing back up in the same areas at about the same time of year too. So, but because it's been cloudy, I haven't been able. I've been monitoring, but ain't been able to see nothing. Last night, oh my God. Oh, one other thing. Way back several months ago, when they discussed the new virus variant, Omicron, right? And I was like, wait a minute, I've heard of this before. Okay, now I was um, not watching anything in particular and was on my Paramount channel, and the Star Trek came on with Kate Mulgrew, you know, Voyager. And I was like, well, you know, it's been a long time since I've seen that series. And it was the beginning and things. And I was like, what the hell, you know, let's see what it's like. So about the third, maybe the fourth episode, they go up to this or up been splashed to the other end of the universe, and they come across this gaseous thing, and they're pulling up to it and they're like, oh my God, there are Omicron particles in this space cloud. And I went, what? there were Omicron particles in the space cloud on the other side of the universe. And I went, I knew I had heard that in one of these space science fiction, they had used the word Omicron for something. And I couldn't figure out where. Well, lo and behold, by accident, so I'm just watching a couple episodes and I'm doing coffee this morning, and it's like Omicron. There are Omicron particles in the thing, and they were going to collect some. And I was like, what? Wait, whoa. But to the point where I knew I had heard it somewhere. I knew it was science fiction. I got I got my proof. It's in a Star Trek episode of Voyager, like 3, 4, somewhere in there. It's the very beginning. Anyway, I for myself, it proved me right because I was like, wait a minute, I know my memory's bad, but for that to like come up and there's where you heard it, holy crap! It's like I do, yay, woo, woo. It doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things, but that my memory I did remember it, and there's my proof. Woo. I'm not crazy. I really did remember. I really did hear it somewhere. Yay! Versus, man, I think it was just a dream. I must have dreamed it. So in trying to do better with memory and understanding, and like my dear friend telling me to giving me kudos for not being mad at the auto parts guy for getting it wrong. And I was like, listen, I learned a lesson. I should have known I was right, not that he was wrong and all this other stuff, right? So, okay, but no, why would I harbor, I was pissed off yesterday or the other day when I was like, son of a bitch, I knew I was right. And rah, rah, rah. That's about as long as it lasted. And I was like, well, I could go in there and make it, nah. So all of the things that 20 years ago I would still be livid about, I'm like, I'm over it. I mean, really honestly over it and not upset about it. And like, wow, somebody else noticed. I'm embarrassed. Like, you mean you noticed? I'm not mad? Yeah, good for you. What? Because I used to get bitched out all the time for being over upset and being too loud and too. And I'm like, holy cow, somebody's giving me kudos for forgiving and forgetting and not being, wow, thank, I must be doing something right. That's bad. That is it a puff time again? Oh, anytime's a time for puff. I'm gonna light a cigarette. I gotta go look into my pipe's empty, and I'm probably stoned to death. And I gotta go make supper. But hey, T Wing, yeah. But but anyway, so hopefully things are going as well as possible in your world. I know that now that my truck is at least starting and running again, I'll tweak it out. But I really want to go to the river badly. It's about 8 feet, 7.5. What, Duggar? And that's about the depth it was the last time Duggar and I were down when I did some video down there. And I'd really like to go back down on the river, before it gets too much lower. And there's some places that the weather is cool. There's something about this time of year, and we just came out of a high water thing, and instead of being hot and steamy, it's nice and cool and refreshing. I mean, like, this is the time to be on the river. So whether me and Duggar crowd into a kayak or not, or I can get the canoe on the truck or something, I don't know about that part. But um, it's time to get back on the river before it warms up too much, because it's just so pretty down there right now. But anyway, so I'm looking forward to that. And the invitation is still open to anybody out there that wants to come and participate. You know, when I was down on the river 2 days ago, right here in my backyard, the river's flowing so great right now in the back. What used to be, there used to be like limbs sticking up, and there are, but this last year we've had so much water go through because it was an above normal year for rainfall. The the water has pretty much scoured all the small debris that you used to have to fight through to get down the river. So I walked along the bank here and I was like, well, there's a log sticking up and there's a tree over that's low to the water, but there's nothing in the water. It's clear and you can see the sandy bottom and the water's good. There's a really nice flow. And around over here, no debris. There's a log sticking up, but okay. But all right. And then go around the curb more too. There's still no limbs and trash in the river. And I was like, wow, it really looks good. And I was like, man, there's some places I used to be able to go down to the bridge and we could kayak or canoe. The first time I did it was with the canoe, but all the way up at the bridge and down through all these curves and everything, and all the way down my neighbor's property and mine down here to the campsite on the far end of my property, and even further than that. And so, in a straight line, it's at least 3/4 of a mile. But when you go through all the twists and turns and everything, you feel like you've gone 2 miles. And so, but a really fun run in the kayak. There's places when the water was just right where the way the logs are in the river, it's like little rapids and scoots and stuff. Absolutely a ball. So I would really like to get that back because it's in my backyard. And now that my neighbor, I can say, hey, Ricky, you know, um, I know you haven't been in a kayak, but this is really fun. Help me cut these logs out. It's in your backyard. Come help me cut a couple of these logs out. And maybe I can twist your arm to like go kayaking with me in your own backyard, by the way, on our shared little stretch of river. So one of the things that several of us had planned before when we had the river that clean was that we wanted to offer people to come down and go back and forth as many times as they wanted to, and spend a little time here and there without any worry about anybody bothering them. But on a section of a river that nobody ever is on it, nobody's ever on the river back there. I'm the only crazy fool that has kayaked or canoed the section of the river where I live and downstream and upstream from me. Nobody else is crazy enough to do it, you know. But for folks who have been down there on it, they go, wow, this is really cool. And it's in your backyard. Yeah. Ain't this neat? So, but anyway, being down on the river the other day again, I was like, man, if my trails had been opened and I had been down here and seen how good to, hey, Robert, how are you? I would be down there with my little kayak because I got three of them and my canoe and my little green one. I could take it down there and just leave it right, and not have to tote it back and forth or anything. And if I wanted to go boating, me and Duggar just walk down there, pop in. He don't have to get in with me. He can run the bank down there, and I wouldn't be worried, right? But I could kayak to my heart's content without him sitting in my lap, right? And I could get the fun of paddling and being in my backyard, and because that's a thrill to me. And not in a. I've thought about this over the years. Um, okay, Robert, that I was going to ask you that. I thought, oh, getting ready for a show tomorrow. Okay, cool beans. All right, we good then. Same time, same bat channel. Okay, I'm looking forward to it too. And thank you so much for all those stories. I've started looking at them and everything, and was like, wow, I could really get stuck in this. So, but thank you, Robert, so much. Um, but anyway, with the river in the backyard, there for me, it's more like a sense of pride. that there is this section of the river. Now, I had a little bit of help with some friends before, but most of the log clearing and stuff that I did by myself. Now, there were somebody that was like, I was standing in the canoe, cutting a log across the river, and they were like holding the canoe still, but that's help, but it ain't like they got the chainsaw. But anyway, so as clean as the river is, as far as being all the debris and stuff and washed out, some of these places where there are trees across that you can't go under, that you just got to cut a section out. Sorry about that, but you just got to cut a section out. And you can use the log as along this bank to keep some places from washing out and stuff. But um, from what the river looked like when I first bought the place 40 years ago, as to what it looks like right now, I looked at it and went, oh my God. Because there were some really sharp curves with trees with roots hanging in. And a lot of those trees have been knocked over, dead, fallen. A couple are still going over it. But that all the roots and stuff that came up everywhere like this all over the place, they're not there. There's a beautiful, white sandy bottom with a logger here. But I mean, there are some places that were really nasty. You couldn't walk before. I can see the walk through the water to where I could like walk the bottom of the river, which in some places you could still do, but yeah, you'd be stepping on stuff and buyer beware. And as I was looking at it, because it's been a couple of years since I've actually been there to like observe the river, I was like, it's wider. There were curves that were real sharp and another real sharp turn here. And they've all kind of straightened out in a little ways in this couple of stretches there. And it's beautiful. There's a lot of white sand. I mean, like beach sand. And it's just when the water's up, the sand is turbulent. And then when the water goes down, there are great big, like snow banks, but they're sand banks down on the river, and there be leaves underneath them and sand on top, and so there be like it's sort of like a sand dune in a way, but it's water either removes it or adds it. But all along the bank where it used to be all gnarly and stuff, it's like beautiful. I was like, man, dude, uh, God has been at work down here. As much as I've been pissed off about the hurricane, and it really destroyed some big trees. How the river looks at the moment? Oh my God! I think I better quit bitching. I think I better get back down to the river, in our backyard. And y'all are still invited. Okay, that's sort of the thing. Just come to my house. Now I might, you know, have you hold the canoe still while I, cut a stump out of the way. But, it's a lot of fun down here on the river. And here's the thing, other than me and a few people, because I've been here 40 years, ain't nobody been on the river except for those folks that went with me. None of my neighbors, nobody over here, nobody. There are big plantations on the other side of the river. Nobody's going down to the river. Nobody's putting a kayak, canoe, or anything in. It is so pristine that literally there's very few people. I doubt very few people, other than my crazy self, have kayaked it or canoed it. And I canoed it before I kayaked it. But to that point, so I've seen things on the river that I don't think very few people have ever seen, because you know there's nobody lives right down to the river because it floods. The access, and because it's on big plantations with a lot of swamp to the river bank, folks just don't go down there. Maybe the occasional, and they go down there and sit and do a little fishing, but there is so much pristine swampland, riverland on the Little Ochlockonee that no one has ever seen. And I mean it, because I've tried to get on it. And there are places there are a couple of alligators even, and other places there are this. But it's if it's on the big map as a river, that's a deal. So, but anyway, so for all my other problems and issues and why I have struggled here, I got this river in the backyard that right now is like really looking good, man. Oh my God, I have missed it in my own backyard. So, but anyway, so this Valentine's Day, sending out love because, when I've been kind of mad because I couldn't get to the river. I've been kind of pissed off at not necessarily at the property, but at the son of a bitch, I can't get to the river. I mean, and the river's probably tore up. And then when I finally get down there and I see like Creator looks like he's literally been in there fixing the place. What? I mean, I'm 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 astonished at how good it looks. All this white sandy stuff. I mean, it looks great down there. Anyway, so my dear friends, um, you good night too. I would like to take a trip there and go down. I'm gonna be here and until I ain't. But the idea that why am I still here? Why do I pay the taxes? Why do I? And I was on the river the other day and I was like, it has all been worth it. As much as I've tried to share it with other people, no offense, but screw it. If and I mean no offense to y'all, okay, but with other people who've had the opportunity to be here, who have lived here, who have had the opportunity to help develop this, and like, well, never mind, you know. But I'm so glad I'm still here and that it looks better than I thought it would after 40 years. Oh, because I saw it. It's sort of like in its really rough days when it was like really just sort of like a creek, and now it's like looking like a little river. I'm just so pleased. And where um, there are places where the river would bank out like this and make a really sharp turn and then come back in on itself. And the river would be really narrow right there from the other side too. And now where there used to be a bank and a tree where we used to swing out and drop down into the water. The tree's been gone for years. The bank that went out like this and made that narrows is gone. You would not even know that it was like that. Instead of roots and stuff and hanging out, the banks are, washed along with the sand that's natural around there. It is just like, oh my God. So I've really missed it, even in its gnarly stage. But in its clean stage now, with all this sand and everything, that's always been there, but roots and stuff that was in the way. But the scouring of all the loose pieces has just made it look delightful. I can't wait to get back down there. And part of my high rise platform up on the ground is still there, but the floor is rotted. I went to step on it and almost went straight through, and I was like, "Whoops!" So there's major reconstruction down there on my platform on the river, and I mean it's like 5 feet from the bank. But it's been down there for years. It's still standing, still holding up, but the plywood I put down because the roof is not there. The plywood rotted, so going to have to redo that, but it's okay. It lasted all these years, and the stand is still it's easily repairable. So the camp's still there. There's still chairs down there. There's still a couple of tarps. I found because I had kerosene lamps everywhere and help keep the mosquitoes out and stuff. I found like 2 gallons of kerosene in a container that's still down there that hasn't been washed down river. I was like, what? So I was really happy. And so we got a couple of minutes. You know what? All right, since I'm already here, and one more 20. But I think one of the things that I'm so happy about, with just this is like I'm not really into, Valentine's, but as far as it being a holiday kind of woo, Now, back when I was all romantic and all that stuff and diamond rings and shit, yeah, I did that. Not a lot because I was a poor man, but I wanted to impress those who I thought I was in love with. Yeah, who I thought I was in love with. Um, but in my musings over the last few days and my trip to the river kind of stuff, I was like, there's a lot of love. And do we actually have a day of love? You know, that well, there's Christmas and there's this and then there's that. And yeah, but um Valentine's is supposed to be for lovers. Well, for those of us who don't have that opportunity anymore, um, but can't we still have love? Do I have to send you candy or can we smoke one and share it? Which we are, so I'm very proud of that. But somehow that why can't we send just love to those folks who are fighting the good fight? Why can't we send out love to folks to each other, right? I would send you candy if I could. Um, I would send you a joint if I could, but I'd get in trouble. But we'd smoke one if you was here. But so the idea though that we can at least share together in this manner, I'm just tickled to death. And the like seeing the woods again and being able to it was difficult getting to the river now, don't get me wrong. Now I could have waited like up to my knees or deeper to get to the river. There's some really deep spots. Or I could pick my way the way I did, which was trees down and limbs and no trail anymore. And I could still, some of the critters are, um, some of the old trails are still visible. And some of the deer and critters are still using some of where I had the old trails before. They're still using them. And I was like, well, now that's cool. And interesting after all these years and, of not mowing or using a weed eater or, sling blading it or whatever, that the trail is still visible for the animals and all the big deer tracks and stuff and everything. And I know that there are turkey down there, but anyway, um, so it was cool to go back down where I haven't been able to get through there at all because of wind and tree damage and stuff. A lot of the limbs are rotted. Now you can step over them, and it's still difficult, but much easier. So, but um, in the areas that were really affected by the storm, the flood has come up and washed a lot of it away. So there's no debris where there was a lot of debris, like the tops of all the trees that fell down were in the way, and you couldn't get through anywhere without hacking your way. And but so over the last 2 years, the um, the trees have rotted. It flooded a lot last year, and the water was up, and so all those limbs and things that turned in crinkles and smaller have are now somewhere a part of, they're heading to Florida. They probably made it down to Lake Talquin because that's where the Ocklawaha River goes down to. But anyway, um, so for me, what was a couple of years of terror and oh my God, the river's ruined. It'll never be good again. To go down there and goes like, oh my God, I was almost cursing God, creator, for tearing down all these beautiful old oak trees. But now that I see it and stuff, it's like, well, sometimes you just got to knock a couple of trees down to open up an area. Now, what's going to grow back were these huge, I mean, I'm telling you, 250-year-old trees, and I'm not lying, big oak trees. Crap, I started early. Catch up to me. So it's 4 hours. So it's almost a 4:20, 4 hours and 20 minutes after. So, that's an interesting way to put through it. But, my truck going down, but at least being able to start it, knowing my instinct was right. There's, with some of the negatives that have been cropping up and kind of being a pain in the ass for me, of like from it, lessons have been learned. I feel better after all of it. In that I got over my fear of crawling under my truck and working on it, because I used to be a really good mechanic, and through my brain stuff, I had lost part of that mechanic, and so being forced to go out there and work on my truck to be able to have a vehicle, I was like, wow, I used to just jump under something and work on something, and I wasn't afraid. Well, I don't know, and I'm not sure. My brain don't work just right, and it looks weird under here because I haven't worked on anything in a while, right? Haven't crawled under a vehicle in a while, but I used to do it all the time. I was a mechanic. Wow. So this forced me to be a mechanic again, to open up my brain. Hey, it's 20. Whoop, it's 10:19. Uh, hey, Mary, it's good to see you. Yeah, Robert, I'll see you tomorrow. Hey, it's 10:20. So, um, but just being able to look at all of the old things, if you will, in a slightly new light. Seeing the river now after a couple of years. Now, I have snuck down a couple of times, but not recently. Okay. And um my this neighbor over here, the ones I don't talk too much, and my good neighbors over here, well, they mow it and burn it, and they ride up and down the property line in their four-wheeler, and but me and Doug are walking, but there's a spot down towards the river, and I mean it's a good 150, 200 feet across, that is swampy, deepy, and depending on the time of year, like right now, there's water flowing across the property. You've got 50, 75 feet, 100 feet maybe of water that can potentially be up to your waist. And then you come out of it down by the river. Down at the river, it's a little higher, but the floodplain, when the water gets high, has created this cross flow across my neighbor over here, me, and this neighbor. And there's even a little creek that runs through from him, me, to them, and that empties out over here on his place. It's just a trickle of water, but it's still there. And every time they've tried to fill it in, it just backs up and makes another creek and still goes out there. There's too much head pressure across my place. It's got to go somewhere. But so I could walk the property line, but you get to that spot that's deep, you know, and your boots might not be deep enough, even if they come up to your knees. You might be filling up them boots full of water. So now, if I want to get wet, I will just dress to get wet. I'll put my wet shoes on and I'll just go get wet. No problem. I'm going to go wading through the water. Okay. I just didn't want to wade. It was cold. The water's cold. Just not in the mood. But I knew from my old days that there. Oh yes. Oh, thank you. I did hit it earlier, but now some of this is going to be dependent upon my health. But I want to get to this before it gets hot. But by being down on the river, by going down the other day, and me and Doug have been sneaking into the backpack here, I realized that I've been afraid to go down there. Well, I can't get the trees too big. I'm getting too old. It's in my way. And when I came and made the effort and went all around and through briars and brambles and barely got my feet wet, barely. And I mean, I crossed a lot of water before I got to the river. And I was like, in the old days, I would have picked my way through here. but I would grab onto a tree and swing around over to this other one and put my foot down and swing over to this spot and then go over here. And I did that a little slower, but I was like, this used to be so normal for me. I didn't need a bridge. I didn't need anything. I just went swinging through the trees. Now on the ground, mind you, but put your hand on it and kind of swing around over to the stump of the base of the tree, right? There's always usually a little clump of something that you can put your foot on and keep from going in the water. So, a lot of little pieces of streams and stuff going in. And one of them was wider, and I had to jump. And I was like, I stood there and I looked at it and I was like, I could go over here, but there's a lot of mud and I would have slipped and it would have been nasty and I would have got wet. Or I could step over this spot that's about 4 feet wide, right? Water's flowing through there like really nice. And I just want to get to the other side of this little spot. And I'm going, yeah, but it's 4 feet wide. And yeah, well, we've been through here before. That same spot, I knew where the spot when I was like, we have crossed over this before. Yeah, well, I didn't bring a walking stick because usually I got a walking stick. I'll put it in the middle and use it kind of sort of like a pole vault to get the other side. No problem. I didn't have one. So I was like, oh, but I'm going to go across. Well, I don't know. You're getting old and you haven't jumped. And my brain was making up all these excuses. And I was like, you had, at the end of hearing the two folks argue in my head like a cartoon, I was like, both you damn fools, you know, this should be normal for me. Why are you two even having this argument in my head that I'm standing here folding looking down at the water and, and I'm down in the middle of a really nice swampy area back here, it's really wet and there's water all around and flowing through and, and it's a nice little pond down there and there are, irises that come up every spring. It's a beautiful little spot down there. That's where I've seen the owl in the daytime down there. So it's a special spot. I knew where I was, and I was like, for God's sakes, would you just step over this thing? If you slip and go in the water, it's only water. It's only like maybe a foot deep right there. Could be in a chicken shit. Next thing I knew, I was across and going through the woods, and I was like, man, somehow my brain is really overthinking some of the stuff that just used to be natural to me. Well, my knee's better than it was. My back is still bad and it hurts. But I was like, man, do you really want to do this or you just want to make up excuses and skunk back to the house? And I realized over the last 2 years, that's what I'd been doing. I'd been skunking back to the house. Well, I don't know. I don't know if my back can take it. If I can stretch over that spot. The other day I was standing there going, Duggar's going crazy. The water is great. The weather is fine. The water is really clear flowing through, instead of being muddy, gooky, and nasty. It's like really clear and flowing nice. And I'm proud of all the above. And I'm outside and I'm with nature and I'm with the water and the land and the trees and the stuff and woo, and the energy of the water is really helping me out. And I'm like, and it's been here the whole time, right? But because for whatever in my head, I had convinced myself that I don't know, you're getting kind of old. Now, did I have to crash through a couple of places? Yeah. Have I crashed through little places where there are trees and brambles and stuff before? Yeah. And I was like, dude, it gave me so much confidence that I busted through all the brambles and the twigs and the thing and crossed over the water and went down and, and had, kind of had special bonding with the river again. I was like, and it's been here the whole time. But, we go to the woods, but because of trail passages and things. But I realized the other day that I had really made up an excuse. I would have not let down trees have kept me from the river before. So whatever my brain has had to go through these last couple of years, I'm finally, I think, over a hump. Whatever it was that I didn't think I could make it. There are still a lot of down trees. Okay. That doesn't mean that I can't get through them. It's pretty bad, but I made it bigger than it really is because I just said, "Oh, I'll never get to it." I made up my mind it was going to be too hard. And if I had worked just a little bit at it over the last 2 years, there would be a beautiful trail back down there. So I'm always learning lessons. But I have felt like I let myself down. I let my spirit down because it's so neat down there. And it looks so good now after all these years. Like, whoa. So, in a lot of ways, I'm re inspired. So, this Valentine's Day, for me and to all of you, but to Mother Earth, to the place here, to the fact that after 40 years, almost pretty close exactly, it was about this time of year we signed that little contract, that I've been here on this place and that it still has wonders. Mother Nature and the Father Sky and the Spirit, and it's continuously changing things. Sometimes we think it's for the bad, and I realized that it was bad for me because it did knock a bunch of stuff down, but I just let it depress me. I really did. Download owl calls and play the mating call. They come right to you. Oh, they land right in the tree right behind the house. Owl's one of my totems, Travis. But you're probably talking to other folks too. Hey, Susie, Elderberry, Travis, Mary. But anyway, so the flowers I'm sending you would be a bud. This bud's for you. But what a nice time, as I was thinking the other night and having a conversation with y'all, what a nice time to just really, on a day of Cupid or whatever, however you want to look at it, it's a nice day to really honestly, and I always mean it, but like, I love you, folks. I love you guys, gals, folks. I love you guys. And as an old geezer at 69 and a half, um, there are times when I feel like I've lost things here. Now, some of you know that, the I've had folks live here before and have gone through issues, troubles, and stuff. And it's like, okay. And every time I've had to go through one of those, there has been an emotional change, personality, something. And then there are storms, and then there are floods, and then there is health and other stuff too. But it's just factored in there with all the other stuff. It's not the cause, but it's just factored in there. Okay. So there are certain things that I've realized in myself now because of head damage and so forth that I have convinced myself I just can't get to the river. It's too hard. And when I really made the effort and going through some of the wetter spots and remembering that I used to do this all the time, and where the deer walk, there's a place through the trees that you can kind of walk on the bases of the trees when it's that low. And there's some wide stretches of about 4 feet, but that keeps me limber and going. And I'm like, man, just a walk through here, even if I got wet, it ain't gonna hurt nothing. I just get wet. Um, and I always wear shoes that are decently appropriate for the woods. That if they get wet, they ain't gonna hurt. So, but it's almost like I'm reliving my teenage years because I've always had a trail. It was always easier because I worked like hell to make the trails and keep them up. But then when the storm and things went wacko, and it wasn't easy anymore as I'm older, I somehow forgot the youth in me. But the other day down there with Duggar, and he was like heading to the river, and I was like, man, I really freaking want to go. I'm down there standing under these big pine trees and looking at the water and how which way the water was flowing across the property and where the high spots were and how the high spots looked, and the difference in the terrain. And wow, it doesn't look like much, but there's about 2 foot of drop from here to here, and but you don't really notice it until the water's there. And I was like, man, I used to cut through here all the time. And the ducks used to land over there, and wasn't over there where the iris used to come up every year. And so next thing I know, I'm walking through there and going, wow, this ain't so bad. And next thing you know, I have overcome whatever fear that I had put in my head, because I would roam the property, but only till I got to where the creek comes across and where it's really wet back there. And so I was like, screw it. I'm going. I'm going. I'm 69 and a half years old. I've been on this property 40 years. And damn it, I have done this before. What the hell is keeping me from doing it? So I was just like, I don't know. We're going. I don't know. We should go back to the house. Oh, screw it. Come on. I don't know. You haven't been there. You've been away from the house. You don't have a phone. What if something happens and nobody's going to fucking know where you're at, Dave? Oh, but Duggar knows. And I just got to have faith. And, oh, quit making up excuses, Dave. To the river, walked around, saw it, seen the changes, a trip down there with my 3 different choices of chainsaws for cut and brush and the bigger trees. Did a couple of trips down there. I can at least cut out a log to get through. I might not. I'm not. I ain't going to be able to cut the whole tree up or nothing. But like in the national forest, whatever, where the trail used to be, if there's a tree down, you just cut your hole there, right? And but the other thing is that later on, for firewood or whatever, because if I got the trails open, I'm going to be down there with fires and stuff. I used to have fires on the river all the time, right? Even in the middle of the summertime, I had screen stuff, and we could put little smoke fires out, and there'd be skeeters, but we could, it wasn't too bad. So, but not having easy access is just, in my brain. I build up a wall. So I'm here to tell y'all, as much as, well, I'm not necessarily the guru of the group, but the shaman in training. I'm standing down there watching the edge of the water. And I was like, how did you give this up? And one side of my brain wanted to beat me up for not having the guts to do what I just did the other day, which used to be normal. To where I don't know. Somehow I got afraid of something. Well, is it afraid to get your feet wet? Not really. I mean, I don't really want to now, but no. Then why haven't you just put your boots on and walk down here? I don't know. You got a pair of boots in there. Yeah. How come you ain't put them on and just took a walk? Duggar's already to the river and back, and you're standing here whining about it. How come you ain't just put your boots on? I don't know. Good question. So as I'm standing there going through this mental thingy, which like took several, I was down there just standing for a while. If anybody just been looking, they'd been going, what is wrong with that freaky old dude out there? He's just standing there. And I was just standing there. But, I've also realized that just standing there were certain places that just felt good to just stand there, you know? Like if I moved over there or moved over there, didn't feel quite as good. So there are areas that I haven't necessarily designated as high energy places, but there are places that I have been drawn to over these many 40 years, and I still am drawn to those same places, right? So I'm standing in one of those places that I had been drawn to, and was like, wow. It was like visiting an old friend. I was like, I usually come up to a certain point, but then I stop and I turn around and go back to the house. Now, there are truly some days I'm having issues walking at all. So the fact that I make it down there to the woods at the first ridge is a pretty good deal. And to walk any further, I can realize when I say, well, I know it gets tougher from here on out. So I think I'll just be safe and I'll stay down back here. And but after all this, though, I've realized that I have limited my adventures, the adventure side of myself, where I just would have went through it with not a second thought. So anyway, it's a good lesson. I'm sure glad I'm getting over it. I it ain't. I might not want to get my feet wet or whatever, and I might not be able to walk uh, uh, with boots or not, because there are a couple of places that are pretty hairy. And but for as far as my future plans, right, for this year and what's up for me is to open up the trails again. People come, or just myself, the health of me and my dog and my next door neighbors will be able to share and walk across the property. And anybody else that wants to come, it's still open. My sign is still up, Little Ocklawaha River Hermitage. And so I'm still planning, at least for me and the dog, and my neighbors maybe, and if my granddaughter comes up, and so I'm planning for the future. Well, now what the hell difference does it make, if Dave, if you have a trail or not? Well, because for me it's something that I always had. So, and I let it slip out. I let it become too much trouble. When I realized that, there was a guy who dug this, the guy that he built that limestone city thing, you know, um, all by himself, and people said he was lifting up rocks and they didn't know how. Coral Palace, I think it is, or something like that. But anyway, so he did it all by himself. There are people who have done astounding things by themselves. There are things that I've done around here, like I've got these two 1,000-gallon plastic tanks. And, I have dumped them out, emptied them, dumped them out myself, turned them over, and they're like 8 feet tall, 7 feet tall, and dumped them out, got in them, cleaned them out, rinsed them out, and stood them back up by myself. Okay. And they're heavy. And there's a few minutes where it's just like you literally have to call upon the power of the gods to get it back up into that all the way up. And people have said, "You did that by yourself?" Yeah, twice. I did that one too. And I've done it a couple of times. And I'm getting a little old, but there's one of these tanks that I'm going to have to move. And if nobody shows up, I'm going to move it by myself. I'm sorry. Nobody helped me with the last two times. I am getting older, but screw it. I ain't waiting. Now if somebody wants to come help me, I'll gladly buy you a supper or whatever. But um, so, and I hope this time I could lift them. But anyway, I've learned that if you do a little bit at a time, but for me, something in my brain with all the head bashing and emotions and changes. And there, like I said the other day, I said it, I haven't really been honest, perfectly honest with y'all. And that there are times when I really have had some really bad days, drooling, not really know what's going on at all. I don't want any kind of sympathy or pity or anything like that. But there have been some times when I really should have not not that I was dying, but I should have called somebody and said, hey, call me tomorrow and make sure I'm still breathing. And I've made it all this time, but this recent incident with a mutual friend of ours, and I hope if she's in a coma on this Valentine's Day, I can't remember her name, but I've got her face and where her little apartment is, and Um, God bless her. They found her after she'd been sitting up in a chair for 2 days and was in a coma, and is still in a coma. So friends and forth are like, Dave, we don't want something like that to happen to you. Yeah, we don't want to know 2 or 3 days that you've been sitting in your chair and nobody knew that you needed help. And my sister, in talking with her yesterday, she's like, Dave, I'm older than you, but I got a button. I'm, well, she's younger than me, I'm over 65 and I got a button. I wear it. If I fall down, it warns somebody that calls them. And she said, the one we got, Aunt Shirley, and it really works good. And I was like, okay, I don't know if they're there yet, but I need to be more cautious. And when I do just go off traipsing through the woods, I should send one of my dear friends a text message and say, I'm going down through the woods. No big deal. Here, I'm letting you know. I'm just going for a walk, being Duggar, and I'll text you later on. Maybe I'll send you a picture. And but I'm going to warn somebody now, right? That was the purpose of getting the phone, was not necessarily to be a bother, but there are folk out there who, if they knew I was wandering out there in the woods, and I could, because I'm prone to having seizures, and have an incident down the river, it would be hard to find me in some of the places I was at. So the smart thing to do is to let somebody know that I'm down there, number one. Number two, to maybe turn on the GPS, or where is Dave? Here he is. And so that, okay, that's not a bad idea, without being a bother to somebody, or to feel like, listen, I've been doing this for 40 years, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but I'm 69 and a half. And yeah, I might have been doing this for 40 years, but that don't mean you still can't have an accident. Slip up. Just, I was crossing over a log and I was being careful. But as I turned, when I put my foot down, I got twisted and it was soft underneath my foot. The next thing I knew, I was like, one, two, whoa, heading backwards. And I was like, nobody would ever know where the fuck I am, because there's no trail. There's no, not that I can't go exploring, but I would go exploring, but there would be at least little animal kind of trails where, well, it could be down here. I'm not going through this big pile of brambles, but there's a trail around it. Okay, I could be on the other side of it, but I ain't walking through it. So, but anyway, so I think I'm beginning to feel how old people feel. We drove by, some nursing homes the other day in Moultrie, and I was like, man, you know, and if my brain goes haywire too much, one of these places would be where they would put, Aunt Mabel, and the fact that I could still get down to the river and back, and and make it alive. And yeah, but there's being stupid, where folks my age have had injuries and they do get stuck. I have been stuck. That's what I told my sister yesterday. I said, Lynn, I was stuck 3 days on the Oclockney that one year. And I really thought I was going to die. And if it hadn't been for the spirits, and the spirits of the woods and so forth, me and my little dog Sasha, we had two moon pie thingies, little Debbie's, and a little bit of drink. Now she had river water, and I still don't know how I made it through them 3 days. I still don't, but I made it. So, but I'd rather not go through that again. So if I'd had a cell phone then, I'd have said, "Hey, I'm stuck down here. I've fallen, and I can't get the canoe back over. I'm Anybody out there? Can you come down the river and get me?" But I didn't. So to be stuck in my own backyard, where my neighbor or somebody could like come down and get me, but not have the ability to do so now that I have a cell phone. So You were born in Chicago? I was born in Cincinnati. Cincinnati, for Christ's sake. I'm sitting here as I'm talking about this, wondering, why in the hell am I telling y'all this? Because what I'm hoping to do is be able to, one of my long term dreams was to be a wildlife photographer or videographer. I knew a friend of mine years ago who actually worked with Marlin Perkins, on the Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, right? He'd been to Africa. Was into snakes, and but anyway, and that's where I started learning a little bit about snakes and things like that, and not being near as scared about them. Cheers, all y'all. Yeah, I've known several people from Illinois, and I know somebody else. How about all us Buckeyes? I should have been born in Kentucky, though, but that's another story. So, what I would like to do, since a lot of y'all can't get here, to be able to record what I'm doing. Okay, here's what the woods looks like now, and here's the trees that are down, and do a progression, but also be able to show you how the woods is bare right now, and how far off you can see in the distance, and how in another month ish, maybe 6 weeks, um it's going to be so dense with foliage you're not going to be able to see very far at all. So, and the difference in that, because like right now you can see so far off in the distance because the foliage is down, and but when things go boom, you won't be able to see it, 50 yards if you're lucky. And maybe through the trees, just right, this little, slice of in the distance. So what I've learned about the trails over the years is that you don't just make a straight line trail. Now there are certain areas that's just the simplest thing to do. But when you're weaving through trees and stuff, you don't just like try to make it the shortest way. Because what I found out in making trails is that if you make them windy enough turns in them, not necessarily, sometimes you have to make a sharp turn because of a tree or brambles or something. But if you make these little angles in your trails, so you can, if you're quiet, you can, now with Duggar, ain't no being quiet. But there are times when I might just leave him at the house because I just want to go walk the trails with the camera. Because you go up and there's a little turn in the trail, and down 30, 40 feet is a turn to the left, and so you can see that other turn, but you can't see past it. But you can sneak up to the corner and look around, see if there's anything there. And a lot of times there are. Well, some of the times there are. But if it was just straight, the animals can see you and you can see them, of course, but you can't sneak up on them. So by having a trail that is, straight for a bit, not a sharp turn unless you have to, and then down a little ways and it cuts back over and down a little ways and cuts over this way. And some places are just open and there is no zigzag. Okay. The only zigzag might be, you know, um, roots or stumps or something are in your way and you're trying to avoid them. But in the long run, though, by doing the little zigzag thing with trails, it's really easy, to walk down there quietly early morning or late at night. And I've noticed there are a lot of woodpeckers because of the trees that got damaged over the last couple of years. There's some dead trees. There is a lot of woodpecker activity. So I want to get down there. There's also in my backwoods, there used to be a nesting pair of hawks in a big oak tree. And here this spring, during the fall, but yeah, we're not in even into spring yet, are we? I guess so. It would be this fall. There've been a pair of hawks that are just right up here all the time, and the mama comes out screeching and hollering and circling around. But when I was down in the woods the other day, I noticed that she came out of somewhere down there. So there's a hawk's nest somewhere nearby, and it used to be right in the middle of my property. And so, but I've learned that if you see them in the tree and you see where the potential for the nest is, and they keep going back over there, do not go over there. They will move their nest, even if there are youngins. Do not go near the tree. Don't go over there and look up. Stay away from the tree because I ran them off and not intended to. I just wanted pictures. I was over on a deer stand looking back at the nest, and the mama hawk saw me and she just flew at me. And I just had a camera and she got irate. And within 2 weeks, that nest was moved. And they weren't around in my backyard for a while. But now they're back in the area. And I was like, where did she come from? The other thing, too, I have talked about this before. And, I think if I get my trails back up, which I will, I'm going to invest in a couple of trail cams because there are some interesting places where the woodpeckers have chopped off parts of the tree, snipe, snipped the bark right off. And one of the extinct um, woodpeckers is called the ivory billed. And the thing is, for many of us who live down here, we swear we've seen the ivory billed because the female of ivory billed is black with a white stripe down her. She's got the poked head and everything. But the female pilated, it looks like the male. So, and there are many of us, I've spotted this be down on the river. I mean, down when the river's low and down on the river bottom. And so the bank is maybe head height or a little higher. And I'd see this blackbird circle around. And it's the way they fly. They do this swoop thing as they go. They don't flap. They go flap, glide, flap, glide, flap, glide. And I've seen it too many times, but you cannot get a picture. Well, in being down there with all these dead trees and so forth, there are a lot of woodpecker signs on a bunch of trees, and they look extremely like the how the ivory bill, because they don't poke a hole, they saw the bark sideways, and you'll see this looks like somebody literally took something, made hash marks in a tree 10, 15, 20 feet up, and they ain't another critter that does that, you know. And so, but there are a lot of markings. So I'm really interested in going down there and setting up some trail cams, but I got to be able to get down there because there sure is a lot of woodpecker signs. So it'd be interesting to get some really good shots of all these. There's little woodpeckers, there's the great big ones, and and if I had a real picture of an ivory bill, it'd be worth $1 million. That ain't no lie. But then it would also mean there would be people wanting to see it. Okay, so pay me to come in my backyard, help me clean up my woods. Now, and I'll allow you down here to go take a picture, maybe. But anyway, so my long-term goals is to pick up where I left off and where I quit being so whatever I was scared about doing. There were some big trees in the way that I'm just saying. But I use that as an excuse. And I'm saying this out loud going, I cannot believe I made up such a story and I believed I could never get to the river and I could never enjoy it again. And I created my own demon. So I'm done with that mess. So anybody want to come and go play in the woods, especially now here in the spring before it gets hot, y'all are welcome. Y'all come. Ken, everybody, Susie, Miss Mary Wins, Elderberry, Michelle, if you're still hanging out. I love y'all. I do. And for all of the reasons, for all of these things, all the blessing, I think the reason I'm going through all this is that I've had all these blessings all along. And different things in my life has kept me. I'm getting older, and yes, it's hard sometimes to walk, but that should not have kept me from enjoying the river. And I realized I had created my own problem. Dogs can't climb trees. Why would a bird be afraid of them? But anyway, cosmics hugs you all wonderful people. I know we're doing better than other folks. I am positive we are making an effect, and even a ripple on the water spreads. So y'all keep up. Super Scream. Good to see you. Well, I got company. So, and I've been here for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Super Scream. I'm telling you, if you're willing to come, and I don't even make you work, but if you want to, that's okay too. But I thank you all. I love you. Happy Valentines, and I appreciate y'all so much. And now I realize how much y'all appreciate me. That's a hard thing, but thank you. I love you. As I always say, I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So, yeah, I got a car in the yard, and I'm going to cut it short now and say, till next time, be safe. Bye, y'all. Thank you for all your prayers. And yes, Super Screen, send me an email if you can get down here. You're welcome. You can camp here. There are beautiful places down back in the back that would be great to put up a tent and campfire. And I'd come with you. So till next time, be safe. Bye.